Today, we are gathered here to celebrate academic excellence, dedication, and intellectual scholars for the day. Today, we witness the culmination of extensive research, critical analysis, and innovative ideas, all of which contribute to academic progress and knowledge creation. We are truly honored to have with us an esteemed panel of distinguished guests, each of whom had made remarkable contribution in their respective fields. Their presence today adds immense value to this event. To mark the beginning of this auspicious occasion, we extend our heartfelt welcome to our esteemed guests. We begin by welcoming Dr. Justin Paul, Dean of School of Business Management and Provost Management Education at NMIMS University. I would request to play the AV for the introduction. No.
Dr. Justin Paul, originally from Kerala, holds 3 PhDs from the University of Brighton, England, IIT Bombay and Calcutta. He is the chief editor of A-ranked International Journal of Consumer Studies, the Consumer Research Journal with the highest impact factor and Scopus site score in the world with Q1 status on Web of Science. With 37,000 citations, ranked among the top 70 highly cited professors in business and economics in the world, and with citations increasing at a record rate of 1,000 per month with an H index of 92, Dr. Paul has also published 4 case studies with Ivy and Harvard. Currently, the most cited author in business and social sciences subjects based in India, Dr. Paul is an author of over 200 articles in SSCI Web of Science journals and has over 75 papers in A or A-star journals on the ABDC list. He has visited over 90 countries and 500 universities for speeches. He has transformed IJCS as a journal with 2,600 submissions in 2023 from 575 in 2019. Dr. Justin Paul is a former faculty member with the University of Washington, serves as Provost and Dean, NMIMS University, and has been a professor of MBA and Director Research at the University of Puerto Rico, USA, with a 3-year professorship at the University of Reading, England. He has also served as MBA Director at Nagoya University, Japan, and as Department Chair at IIM Indore. Dr. Paul introduced the Mastige model and measure for branding, the CPP model for internationalization, the SCOP framework for small firms, the 7P framework for international marketing, ADO, TCCM frameworks, and SPAR4 SLR protocols for literature reviews. Dr. Paul holds Honorary Distinguished Professor, Professor of Eminence titles from University of Budapest, Hungary, Korean University Seoul, Lebanese American University, IIM Kozhikode, MS University, and the University of Warsaw, Poland. We welcome you, sir.
Now, to honor Dr. Paul, I request Dr. Rupal Chaudhary to present a floral welcome. Please give a huge round of applause. Moving forward, we welcome Dr. Deepak Shasta, Director IMS and Dean Faculty of Management, DAVV, Indore. Dr. Srivastava has been instrumental in shaping management education and fostering academic excellence. Let's now watch an AV highlights of his journey.
Dr Deepak Shasta is currently the Director of Institute of Management Studies and Dean, Faculty of Management, Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya, Indore. He is a PhD in Management, MBA in Systems, MTech in Future Studies and Planning, and MSc in Physics. His areas of interest include e-governance, disaster management, e-business, internet marketing, information systems, IT applications, modeling and simulation. Sir has published several research papers in European Economic Letters, Journal of Informatics Education and Research, International Journal of Technological Learning, Innovation and Development, among others, and has over 30 papers and articles in national and international journals focusing on IT applications and e-business strategies. He has supervised more than 250 MBA dissertations, 3 MPhil students and 7 PhD scholars, and is currently supervising 6 PhD students and co-supervising 2 doctoral students. There are 2 patents under him: Improving Online Education with AI and ML 2023 and Innovative Teaching Practices in Higher Education 2023. Dr. Deepak Shasta is a member of Association of Indian Management Scholars and life member of Indian Society for Technical Education ISTE, a member of peer teams of NAC, AICTE, UGC and other government agencies. Sir has received the Outstanding Contribution Award from Devi Ahilya University in 2018. We welcome you, sir.
To extend our heartfelt welcome, I would request Dr. Sharda Haryani to please present a floral welcome to Sir. Ma'am. Thank you, sir. Next, we are delighted to have with us Dr. Anil Bajpai, Group Director, Pimr Bhopal, Indore. Dr. Bajpai has made outstanding contributions to management education, leadership, and institutional development. Let's watch an AV highlighting his remarkable work.
Dr. Anil Bajpai is an alumnus of 3 of India's most premium institutions: a BSc in Physics from St. Stephen's College, Delhi University, BE in Electrical Tech and Electronics from IISc Bangalore, and PGDBM from IIM Ahmedabad. His corporate career mainly spans across 2 important sectors: semiconductors and telecom, with notable assignments with Vodafone SR Spacetel Limited as COO, Reliance Infocom Limited as CEO Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh and Odisha, and many more. Dr. Bajpai has initiated huge telecom network rollouts from scratch as a business head, overseeing both network infrastructure and sales and distribution infrastructure across several states in India. His special ability is the absorption of technology and motivating teams to deliver results, more so in project rollouts. Sir is a Board of Studies member at various universities across the country. His foray into academics began 10 years ago while heading the School of Management as its director in KIIT University, Bhubaneswar. In a short span, he took all metrics of performance to the next level. However, closest to his heart was student satisfaction. From August 2023 up to October 2024, he was the Vice Chancellor of Jagadguru Kripalu University at Cuttack. Owing to slow pace of infrastructure development, he decided to take up the assignment of Group Director at Pimr Bhopal. Presently, Dr. Anil Bajpai is the COO at Prestige Education Foundation and Pro Vice Chancellor for Prestige University at Indore. At this stage, he is involved with strategy formulation in terms of courses and resources, with phased manner implementation of the strategy, along with total responsibility for infrastructure. Prestige Group contracted BCG to assist with forming alliances both with academia and corporate leaders in 5 chosen areas of MBA programs in the first phase of university operation. We welcome you, sir.
Now, to extend our warm regards, I request Dr. Nitin Girdarwal to present a floral welcome. Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a huge round of applause to all our distinguished guests. With our esteemed guests formally welcomed, we now move forward to the most anticipated segment of today's event, the research presentations by our PhD candidates. Each scholar has put in extensive efforts into their research, and today they will share their insights and findings, paving the way for meaningful discussions. Let's begin with Dr. Niha Jain. Dr. Niha Jain has done her PhD titled Factors Associated with Investment in Exchange-Traded Funds and Equity-Linked Savings Schemes among Professional Working Women in Selected Cities of MP. I would like to call Dr. Niha on stage.
A very warm good morning to one and all present here. First and foremost, I would like to thank PIMR team for giving me an opportunity to present my PhD work in front of esteemed personalities present here, such a renowned platform. The topic for my research was factors associated with investment in exchange-traded funds and equity-linked savings schemes among professional working women in select cities of MP. I did my research under the supervision of respected Dr. Shama Ganjiwal ma'am. The entire study was divided into 7 chapters, which will be presented here. Women constitute almost half of the Indian population. The increasing level of education among women and continuous government improvement, promotion towards female education has shown remarkable positive trend in the society. Now, the present women who are equally employed through their education have knowledge about various aspects of investments. As a result, investment in various avenues such as gold, fixed deposits, shares, debentures, mutual funds, commodities, and many more. Mutual fund as an investment are important consideration. In present scenario, Indian mutual fund industry has shown a remarkable increase in number of female investors. Today, wide variety of funds are available. We have basically studied on specific schemes, ELSs and exchange-traded funds. Exchange-traded funds are basically passive investment funds which mirrors particular index. Those who want to invest in equity with long-term goal and do not want to take more risk, ETF can be best option from them. Equity-linked saving schemes are the mutual funds qualified for income tax deduction under Section 80C of Income Tax Act 1961. Investors can claim up to 1.5 lakhs of tax rebate under the scheme, and it has a shortest lock-in period of 3 years. The entire review of literature has been divided into 3 parts: study on investment of decision among working women, study on factors affecting investment in mutual funds, and study on retail investors' perceptions towards special schemes like ELSs and ETF. Major papers have been quoted here. On studying these papers, following research gaps have been pointed out. Working woman has more knowledge about investment as compared to housewife. Also, when it comes to investments, their preferences are no longer restricted to FDs and gold deposits only. They are coming up with exploring more investment avenues. Again, wide variety of funds available here heightens the consumer confusions. So there is a need to study the problems encountered by working women while taking independent financial decisions. Furthermore, there are various investment avenues available in global era, among which ELSs and ETF are one of the most attractive and lucrative options. There is a need for research and which provides into barriers and motivations to invest in ELSs and ETF. Existing literature primarily focuses on performances and characteristics of ELSs, with minimum attention given to investors' perspective. Lack of research examining the impact of demographic and social factors, financial literacy, investment knowledge and risk tolerance, the investment decisions among specific demographies. No study investigated the influence of social cultural factors such as family influences and gender roles on investment decisions among professional women in MP. The rationale of study includes: the study has been proposed to identify decisive working women behavior in specific mutual funds. Although previous studies gave outcome on various determinants of investments and decisions, still there are abundant possibilities to study and explore the latest transformations in investment behavior with respect to their demographies, objectives, individual needs. The study will focus on need for women to take systematic investment decision for their own financial independence. Study also tries to understand the difficulties and problems faced by women while taking investment decisions to comprehend their financial goals and identify investment to invest according to their income, risk-taking ability, financial need and security and returns expected. Following objectives have been drawn for the study is to study the factors associated with investment in ELSs and ETF among professional working women of select cities of MP, to study the impact of age, marital status on investment decision of ELSs and ETFs investment among professional working women of select cities of MP, to study the impact of income, qualification, occupation on investment decision of ELSs and ETF among professional working women of select cities of MP, to study working women perception and preferences towards ELSs and ETFs investments. Following was a research methodology drawn. It was a descriptive research based on primary data collected among working women in Indore, Bhopal, Jabalpur, Gwalior in MP region. Sample size was 512. Structured questionnaire was framed. Pilot study was conducted among 80 respondents and response was recorded on 5-point Likert scale. Independent variables of the studies were age, income, marital status, qualification and occupation. To check the reliability of questionnaire, Cronbach reliability test was applied and Cronbach alpha calculated was 0.945, which is again more than 0.7, sufficient to go ahead. To check the feasibility of factor analysis, feasibility of preferential statement among questionnaires, factor analysis was applied and KMO measure of factor analysis was measured as 0.891, which is again more than 0.5, satisfactory to go ahead with. Total 14 factors have been extracted for the studies. Factor loadings were assigned to the factors and data was reduced to 14 factors which is summarized below. When the data was collected, certain women investors opted only for ELSs, another group opted only for ETF, and the third group comprises of both investment in ELSs and ETF. So for ELSs, we have extracted 4 factors: accommodative factor, investment objective, risk tolerance, ELSs long-term wealth creation. For ETF investment, we have pointed passive investment, flexibility, liquidity, malleable and transparent. For factors combined together, we have safe investment and ELSs tax exemption, ETF liquidity, passive investment, ELSs long-term wealth creation, ELSs economical and ETF economical. Data was collected among 512 respondents, 221 invested in ELSs, 162 in ETF and 129 together. So the hypothesis part again was divided into 3 parts for ELSs, ETF and combined together. First, the main hypothesis was formed to check the impact of demographic variables with overall factor, and under the main hypothesis, all individual factors were included. So in all, 85 hypotheses have been drawn for the study, and to check the demographic variables, age, qualification, occupation and income, ANOVA test was applied, and to test the marital status, T-test was applied. These were the hypotheses which have been drawn. The test of hypothesis again has been shown here. The value less than 0.05 is rejected. More than that is not rejected. The summary of hypothesis readings have been mentioned here. Age has a significant factor, qualification had insignificant, occupation again a significant factor, income was significant but only insignificant in case of ETF investments, marital status again was significant. So similarly, this was hypothesis drawn for overall factor. With individual factors again we have made the hypothesis. So accommodative factor, investment objective, risk tolerance, long-term wealth creation, all hypotheses have been drawn and the conclusions have been made here. The hypothesis which have been accepted, post hoc test again was applied on that. Demographic presentation of sample for age, qualification, occupation, income and marital status as well city. The findings from the demographic data, major findings have been noted here. Working women from major cities of MP, Indore, Bhopal, Gwalior, Jabalpur were included. Total 512 working women were there. Major part of working women from age group of 30 to 45 years participated more. Retired women were very less. Literacy level was also very high. Occupation of majority of working women was professional. Majority of married working women invested in ELSs and ETF. Annual income again was 41% belonging to 1 to 3 lakhs and the other categories. Participation from Indore region was highest. Preference of investors for ELSs investment. When it was asked, 4 major categories of groups were divided. They preferred to invest in less than 2 years. And the main reason for investment was long-term wealth creation. Among that, Mirei Asset Taxpayer Plan, SBI Long-Term Equity Plan and Axis Long-Term Equity Funds were preferred in synchronological order. Amount invested was very low. Preferences for ETF investments. Main source of information was friends and relatives. Safety was topmost priority. Among different types of ETFs, stock ETF funds were preferred mostly, followed by bond ETF. Again, the amount of investment was very low. Now, based on the findings, following suggestions have been drawn for demographic analysis of ELSs and ETF. Retired women participation could be increased because they require more liquidity. So easy withdrawal policy makers should think on easy withdrawal policies and period of ELSS could be reduced. Majority of respondents belonging to 30 to 45 years, other groups can also be focused by AMCs. Central government should make financial education compulsory through schools, and education department should design financial awareness curriculum separately for all categories of citizens, including village population, students, homemakers, etc. Mutual fund houses should look forward to do more tie-ups with user-friendly apps like Paytm, Google Pay, etc. to develop their own apps so that investors can make their transactions smoothly and safely. The ease of investment will increase the number of investors. Suggestions for ELSS schemes: fund houses should train their employees to target all age groups women. CBDT should consider increasing tax exemption limit from 1,50,000 to 2 lakh. Lock-in period can be reduced to 2 years. Image of fund managers can be used as important tool. As we use social influencers, why not financial influencers? Suggestions for preference towards ETF. Mutual fund companies should focus on middle-age income group, as the group cannot regularly monitor their portfolio. Mutual fund companies can capitalize on brand image of fund managers of attracting ETF investments. Many more index funds can be included by MFI in ETFs, like in consultation with RERA, like small cap equities. Now, regular financial awareness program should be conducted under CSR by AMCs to clear the myth, doubt, and build confidence of investors to invest in different options and break the monotony of investing only in gold and FD. Easy comparison of funds should be made available by regulators or rating agencies to take timely and correct decisions. Top management of mutual funds should consider increasing the network by opening branches equally in small towns also, not only metros but small towns. Policies should be framed in financial budget aiming at increasing the attraction of investors towards mutual funds. More relaxation should be provided to ELSS investors. Transparent and quick redressal system will bring more investors. Proper training should be given to mutual fund agents and brokers to take the responsibility of taking genuine investment and refrain themselves from mis-selling the products. CBDT should frame more tax exemption policies. Mutual fund companies should collaborate with nationalized banks, private banks, and post offices to share their network distribution channels to expedite market penetration. Some suggestions to SEBI included financial literacy programs, women-focused investment products, incentives and tax benefits, role models and ambassadors, specified investment process, education and awareness, flexible investment options, support and advisory services, data-driven insights, recognition and rewards. The implications for the studies are: the aim of the study is to understand the women investors' perceptions, preference while investing in mutual funds, in ELSs and ETF, problems encountered while making investments. Study focuses on women investors. This would bring new insight for mutual fund industry to design special needs products to cater women investors, like they are risk averse. So products can be designed as per women requirements. Study should be significant for asset management company to clear and to bridge the gap of myth, lack of awareness among women, and bring mutual funds in day-to-day life of all investing families of the country and make women independent in financial decision making. Also, this would increase brokers and agents' role significantly to bring transparencies and win investors' confidence by solving their problem rather than mis-selling the products. Developing user-friendly apps and availability of information in easy language to working women will help in bringing more investors. Thus, independent decision-making and regular investment in mutual funds would empower women with better standard of living and higher purchasing power. This would lead to sound economic development of the country, and in a real sense, the goal of women empowerment can be achieved. In short, when we say that when you educate a man, you educate a single person. But when you educate a woman, you educate the entire family. So when the woman knows how to invest the money, the entire multiplying effect of increasing your capital can be seen in families and future generations also.
Now, we would move forward for the Q&A session, and I would request our distinguished guests to please.
I like the way you concluded the session with the quote. I'm not sure whether this is your own quote or someone else's quote.
Someone else,
I mean,
not mine.
when you educate a woman, you educate an entire family. So, is it somebody else's quote?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so yeah, maybe Dr. Bajpai knows. And yeah, so the point is that in a research paper, you know, of course, I have regard to that quote, but I think unfortunately or fortunately, I don't see any woman in the judging committee. Next time you include a woman in the judging committee so that you get the first prize. So, and the main question from my side is, when you have, I'm not sure whether you include that in the result section or in the discussion or conclusion section of your paper. So the conclusion or discussion section of your paper should stem from the previous section based on the evidence. So in a speech, you can use this kind of thing, like, you know, when you educate a woman, so you educate in their family kind of thing. But in a research paper, whatever you write should be coming from other sections. You cannot make an outside statement or a statement from, you know, of course, this statement is very catchy. Suppose if you deliver this statement as part of your speech, you will get a big round of applause from all the girls. So no doubt. And even men will give you that. But in a research paper, your conclusion should be just based on your study results.
Okay, sir, we'll take care.
Yeah.
Neha,
Yes, sir.
just I want some more explanation from you that you have collected 512 samples. Your sample size is 512.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How many of they from various professions? Because your topic talks about professional working woman.
Yes,
so
sir.
how you define that professional one, and how that profession makes an impact on your result?
Okay. Okay, sir. Let me try to answer you. So basically, professional working women, when we collected data, it was basically from banking, financial mutual funds, education, and IT departments. And basically for professional working women, the major part of chunk when we discussed with them, it was like they had a regular source of income. So they were very much systematic in doing investment, and they wanted a regular investment, not a one-time process. So this was a very clear and simplified process that they were doing regular investment in the form of SIP because their source of income was regular, and they were very much disciplined in putting investments. Only the concern was there with respect to ELSS and ETF, they were also knowing about tax saving because they were paying taxes also. So they had an idea of ELSS also, that will be counted in their rebate up to 1.5 lakhs. And the other thing is, only concern was that the amount they were investing was very less in ELSS and ETF. That was the reason. Still they had more insights towards gold and FDs because of not lack of awareness of ETF and lack of a power of changing, switching that if I am investing in this ELSS part for 3 years, 4 years, after lock-in period, what to do? So that was their major concern, that what to do after that. So they need proper support and services also. That was a major concern among them, sir. Yes, sir.
I think they can hear me loud enough. You can hear me?
Yes, sir.
Two questions I have. First one is that before you selected the topic or you went to the RDC and all that stuff, you must have created a problem statement.
Yes, sir.
Carry out research to try and solve the problem, right? What was your problem statement? Part one of the question.
Okay.
Second part of the question is, maybe I missed it, but one of the variables in an investment decision is financial literacy.
Yes, sir.
How did you gauge or measure the level of financial literacy of your respondents?
Okay, sir. So, firstly, the problem was like in Indian economy, like amount of money is flowing. Money earning is not major problem nowadays. Earning money is only like half the equation solved. When you earn money, it's okay. But when you invest, where to invest money is again a problem for many investors. And when we come to the segment of women, it is a major problem. They know how to earn money, but they don't know where to put my money. They don't take financial decisions independently still. Still many women are there, those who are not taking financial decisions independently. They are still dependent either on their parents or husbands. So this was the major concern, that what is the problem? Where are they lacking in moving ahead? Why, when they can give their time to their families, to their kids, to earning also, why not to investment? Which is the major chunk. And this when you put your money on investment, again it will give a multiplier effect. So this is the thing, that in all stages of your life you cannot earn same way. So for the other parts of your life, you need to maintain a proper standard of living, which can be done through proper investment. So why not this knowledge in early age only?
I hear you say the problem towards investments
Awareness.
versus non-investment. The relevance of this study is to mutual fund people or to a lady?
So to mutual fund people also, like AMCs also, so that they can cater the products accordingly, so that number of women investors are on cycle of investment process. So the other part of your question, financial literacy, the questionnaire on preferential statement was made on 5-point Likert scale: strongly agree, agree, neutral, disagree, and strongly disagree. And these on SPSS software, the numbering was given 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that way it was got, sir.
Incidentally, your quote about teaching a woman and teaching a man is an old African proverb, for the first time used by somebody called Malcolm X. Right?
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
Okay.
Whenever you make a quotation,
I should mention this.
always
I'll keep this in mind, sir. Thank you for the valuable suggestion. Anything else? Thank you very much, sir.
Please give a huge round of applause to Dr. Niha. Now, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Jyoti Laljani to present her PhD, Analysis of Dividend Policies in Selected Automobile Companies. That is her topic for them.
the two Jyotis on the stage right now. We'll wait for a couple of minutes for
Sure, sure, definitely, sir. Definitely. Till then, I'll open my PPT. Let's start. So, the title of my PhD thesis is Analysis of Dividend Policy in Selected Automobile Companies. Now, before I start, a very common question comes into mind as we are doing the research work. Why dividend policy? The same question arrived in 2019 when I enrolled. Before enrolling, I have to prepare my proposal, and the question was there, why dividend policy? So just before my PhD, I was doing my MPhil, and the same dividend topic I was working on. And while working on the topic of dividend at the time of MPhil, I found that there is so much we can do in the dividend policy along in the automobile sector. So I continued my MPhil topic and extended it to the PhD and framed a fine topic into which I have added a lot of work, because I was very much clarified at the time of enrolling what I want to do. So in MPhil, I had taken just 5 basic companies of automobile sectors and just worked the comparative analysis. And in PhD, I have extended my work and framed the topic like analysis of dividend policy in selected automobile companies. I have covered the all over India. So these are my basic details, my guide details, the university logo details, my registration numbers and everything I have mentioned. Apart from that, these are my overall plan to cover in next 30 minutes. So the table of content includes the meaning, undoubtedly the theory, the types of dividend, the type of dividend policies, the research gaps, the objectives, hypothesis, then research methodology is there. After that, list of companies. In determinants of dividend policy, I have covered the conceptual models as well as the analytical model. What I have done in the analysis part. Then data analysis and presentation. What were my key takeaways from overall my thesis, PhD thesis? What are the suggestions we can include for the automobile companies? Lastly, the scope of further research. So the first point, dividend. Still a question, still a point. What amount of dividend a company should give? Whatever amount of profit a company is earning, out of which how much it should be reinvested, how much should be retained, and how much should be given as a part of dividend. To solve this question, I started my work with explaining the dividend. After that, I have covered what is the meaning of dividend policy. These are the definition, basic, very common definition that I have included in the introduction part. The theories, the basic 3 theories that we have covered in the overall work: the dividend relevance policy and the dividend irrelevance policy. Irrelevance policy includes there is no connection between the firm value shareholders that is given by Modigliani Miller approach, and the relevance policy includes 2 theories, that is Gordon model and Walter model. I have explained the concepts, I have explained the assumption, I have explained the formulas, and the most importantly how it is applicable in the practical company's work. That everything I have included in the introduction part. Out of these things, I have covered the literature reviews. I have done around 50 plus literature reviews from last 10 to 20 years. I have added into literature reviews, and out of these literature reviews, I have found out the research gap, which I am showing in the next slides. So the first question, first research gap that found out of the related literatures was dividend. Okay, dividend distribution design of the companies. Point number 1, that was the first gap that I have found out. The second was shareholders pattern. What type of pattern they are using and how they are applying into the companies as a practical way. The third was what were the determinants they were using. And the lastly, what is the overall effect on dividend policies of shareholders' wealth. Ultimately, the shareholders shareholders are for the dividend, and what is the impact of that we need to check. That was the gap that I have found out, and on the basis of the gaps I have framed the 4 major objectives that was the core of my work. The first objective was the analysis to analyze the financial performance of selected companies. Number 2, to study the dividend policies that is adopted by the companies. Number 3, to evaluate the dividend performance by selected companies. And lastly, to analyze the relation of dividend with profitability, liquidity and market prices of selected companies. That was my core objectives, and out of my core objectives I have framed 3 major hypotheses. The first one was connected with the profitability and dividend, second one was liquidity and dividend, third one was the market prices with the dividend. So the base was dividend, and based on that I have framed first thing with liquidity, first hypothesis, second with the profitability, and the third one with the market prices. That's how I framed my hypothesis. The methodology part. The overall methodology is covered in 4 major things. Sample size. The biggest question was sample size. So as guided by my PhD guide, he suggested me to take the NSC data. So I have taken the base of 2020 as a base. I have downloaded the whole list of National Stock Exchange, into which I have focused on top 7 market capitalization and top 7 high market capitalization companies and top low 7 market capitalization companies. In total, I have taken 14 companies, out of which 7 were high market capitalization, 7 were low market capitalization. I have finalized the companies in this way. Then I have downloaded the annual report of each companies from 2011 to 2020, 14 companies, 10 years. So the data were prepared in this way. The data were cross-sectional as well as time series. In this way, I have framed the data, collected the data with the help of the annual reports, analyzed the data. The next sampling method, the ultimate thing was to cover up the objectives. So data collected with the based on purposive as well as convenience sampling. The data analysis has been done with the help of number 1, ratio analysis. Number 2, I have applied the panel data regression. In this, I have applied the panel data regression. To clear up more, these are the companies that I have selected. These all are NSE listed. The base was 2020. I have taken the past 10 years data. Next, these are my determinants. Determinants includes dividend, profitability. In this way, I have framed. The main thing was, firstly I have framed the conceptual model. Now what is conceptual model? Basically my focus was dividend. The second question arises, why dividend? What are the key determinants of dividend? So the key determinant was net profit, operating profit, return on assets, return on equity, return on capital employed and return on investment. These were my conceptual model, and based on my conceptual model I have framed 3 major analytical model to run the panel data regression. Again question arises, why panel data? Why panel data? So the 2 things that is needed for the panel data was the data should be cross-sectional as well as the time series. So I have taken the 10 years data along with 14 companies. So in this way I have applied the panel data regression on 3 conceptual models. This is the core of my whole work, the dependent variable and the independent variable. Now to run the panel data regression, the next question arises the type of effect. The fixed effect model is there, the random effect of model is there, how to choose. So there is one test that we need to apply, that is known as Horseman test. So I have run the Horseman test, and on the basis of Horseman test I decided, so if the whatever answer we get in the Horseman test, if the answer is more than 0.05, we have to run the fixed effect model, and if the data is less than 0.05, we have to do the random effect. I have applied the Horseman test individually on each model and analyzed the Horseman test, and based on that I have framed the analysis part. So one by one, in total 4 major objectives was there. The first objective to check the financial performance, right? So to analyze the financial performance, I have covered the ratio analysis of all the companies. I have applied in total 14 ratios. 14 ratios includes the liquidity ratios. In liquidity, I have taken up the current ratio, then I have taken up the liquidity ratio, and the third one is current assets to total assets ratio. The second major core was profitability ratio. Now in profitability, I divided the work in 2. Profitability based on profits, profitability based on returns. So profitability based on profit covered 2 things, net profit margin and operating profit margin. When it comes to return, I have calculated 4 major ratios of return, that is return on assets, return on capital employed, return on equity, return on investments. So to check the financial performance, I have covered up the ratio analysis to fulfill my objective number 1. Objective number 1, I have checked the hypothesis, I have framed the hypothesis, I have checked the data. To fulfill the objective number 2, which is to study the dividend policy. So what I have done, I have included dividend distribution policy of each company, and that I have mentioned in my unit number 1 of introduction. Along with the company's introduction, I have added one section of dividend policies adopted by each and every company. So that I have that is been covered in my objective number 2. The third objective, in this way I have framed the chapter number 1, I have added the dividend distribution policy. To fulfill my objective number 3, I have done the descriptive statistics. The objective was to check the dividend performance. So for that purpose, I have covered the correlation and descriptive studies, and on the basis of that I have run the tests and shown in my data analysis part. The last and final objective was to check the market ratio, profitability, liquidity with dividend. So for that purpose, I have run the panel data regression after getting the results of Horseman test. So on the basis of Horseman test, on all the 3 models, we have to run the random effect model. I have used the software eViews version number 12 at that time, and I have run all the tests as per the model's requirement. So I uploaded the data, I have shown the Horseman test, and after that I have done the analysis part. In this way, I have added all my hypotheses, I have prepared the sub-hypothesis, I have run the panel data regression as per the random effect model on all the 3 models. This is my data of model number 2. This is my data of model number 3. In this way, I have framed the sub-hypothesis and I have checked each and every point. Final key takeaways. After analysis part, the next comes into the mind, the interpretation, the final outcome. What is the purpose of using the test? The output should be there, the result should be there. So based on the analysis part, I have finalized the results, and the first point was the ratio analysis, into which I have taken the company. The major thing was the liquidity, profitability and market prices. So in liquidity, the results were satisfied, the result was as per the acceptance. In profitability, even the results are finalized, but in market test, only one ratio is giving a negative result, that was the dividend yield. And now what is dividend yield in a very simple language? In dividend yield, we cover the dividend dividend per share divided by market per share, right? So market prices affecting the overall dividend yield, that is why that was giving a negative result. The rest were giving a positive result. That is done. That is the final key takeaway in the objective number 1. Final answer of objective number 2, already I have mentioned everything related to the dividend in the unit number 1. The third objective is giving the result in this way. So in the third objective, it is observed that dividend per share is an variable into which that is negatively correlated. Dividend per share and profit are negative correlated. The rest were positively correlated. To fulfill the objective number 3, I have applied the descriptive statistics and correlation, and that is the final output of the descriptive and correlation, the answer of descriptive and correlations. The last and final, the panel data regression. In panel data regression, first point, the dividend model, I have analyzed the cross-sectional and time series analysis, which gives the dividend payout throughout the research period. Like dividend found out the most influential factor, current dividend in several years did not appear play a significant role in determining the dividend. The second was, throughout the cross-sectional regression analysis, it was revealed that automobile sector does not have any impact on target dividend payout ratio. Now, dividend payout ratio is covering the dividend per share divided by, we have to take the dividend per share divided by, we have to take the earning per share for the payout ratio. So that is not giving the significant results. Further investigating, the test is determine dividend policy is using major 6 variables that I have shown in my model. So the 6 variables were the net profit, operating profit, and all the 4 ratios of return. In this way, I have covered. Based on this impact of dividend policy, it was found that market prices of the shares of automobile companies in India has a significant negative effect with dividend yield, whereas the positive effect on dividend per share and dividend payout ratio. The last was the profitability measured by overall assets, investment based on return on assets, return on capital employed, return on equity, return on investment has a positive but insignificant with dividend policy. Lastly, few suggestions for the automobile. Now, these were the suggestions that I have framed. If I talk about the current scenario, so the government is taking the initiatives to fulfill the, to grow more in the automobile sector. So the major initiative taken by the government was FAME 1, FAME 2. The FAME 1 was established in 2015. The FAME 2 was established in 2019. And in 2021, government has come up with one more initiative, that is LDI. In this way, the government is growing. By the end of 2030, in the automobile sector, the government will grow like anything. The Make in India campaign is working. The government is taking so many initiatives. What's my future plan if I say, along with these suggestions? So I want to learn, I covered the data till 2020 as per my PhD, but I have not included the e-vehicles. The e-vehicles are growing like anything in the terms of 2-wheelers, in the terms of 3-wheelers, in the terms of 4-wheelers, even in the commercial vehicle. So as per the government plan, by the end of 2030, 30% of the overall automobile sector should be covered with the e-vehicles. That is the target, out of which if I subdivide the overall 30%, 80% should be the 2-wheeler and 3-wheelers, 50% should be the cars, and the rest 30% should be the commercial vehicles. In this way, that's the plan of government. So I'm just planning to include the e-vehicles data research further to cover up, to continue this my research work. In this way, I have framed the suggestions. These are the more further scope for my research, so we can use an alternate analysis tool. We can include the scope. The scope plan I have already shared with you to include the e-vehicles, and lastly to check the relationship with the corporate governance. In this way, I have covered. Out of my whole PhD work, I have presented my 3 papers, out of which one I have given, on one paper I have won the best paper award. Before that, I have given the presentation and at my university level in another department. At there also I got a chance to present my work and won the prize. Along with this, I have already applied for the patent of my whole thesis work, and after that I am going to plan the copyright as well. That is in process. So by the end of this year, probably my this PhD work will be the registered work as per the patent requirements. That's the overall plan. So patent filing is in the process, copyright filing is in the process, and even my next research plan is already in the process. That's it from my side.
Thank you. So, couple of observations, so I would put it as observations. And so you have some strength as part of your topic and presentation. Your strength include your presentation skill as an individual, and then the analysis that you have carried out and the topic. Those are the three strengths I find. Maybe other judges will have some other aspects, but there are also two problems that I found in your paper. So because when we do an analysis, we have to do a SWOT analysis. So one of the problem I found was that you mentioned that you have included convenience sample along with purposive sampling. Sometimes convenience sampling, since I have a lot of experience, published probably, a lot of papers with 3,000 plus rejections. One of the main reasons for rejections by journals is convenience sampling. So, because it is a word that works like allergy to journal editors and reviewers. Allergy. Allergy, right? But that doesn't mean that, but like 80.
When I was working, I was not very sure whatever I have in my mind that I can keep in my book. Fortunately, I got that, whatever I have planned.
But that doesn't mean that you will not get PhD, because 80% of the PhD students, those who do PhD all over the world, are doing convenience sampling only. So only 20% people do perfect data collection, So that way you don't have to worry about it too much. So, and
I definitely keep in mind not to write this word from the next slide. Thank you for the suggestion.
And another thing is that one or two of your PowerPoint slides were not very legible. When you prepare a PowerPoint slide, for example, the suggestion slide that you have, don't show that again. Maybe other judges will give you less mark because they might not notice it. So this last slide where you have shared your email and all, this looks so beautiful. But the one before with the suggestion, that's not readable.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
That's why I explained the suggestion more along with the slide. I expect you can listen along with the thing, but definitely I'll change that. Definitely. Yeah. Thank you for the suggestion. Yes.
Jyoti, I am a bit critical. I am a bit critical about the studies. Your base year is 2020.
Yes.
No? 2020 is COVID year.
Yes.
So how do you decide about creating a base year for that specific year?
Yeah.
One.
Let me try to explain.
One.
Yeah.
Second thing,
Yes, sir.
your focus is on automobile industry, and some of the industry which you have mentioned are auto ancillary.
Sorry, some of the industry?
Auto ancillary.
Okay, yeah.
So how do you defend that including those industries in automobile industry? One. Then third, from where you get access to dividend distribution policy of industries? I believe this policy is not exposed to anybody.
No, I have added the type of the data that they are taking. That is also available in the annual report and the websites and the basic.
Policy is not available.
No, policy is not. The dividend, the type of dividend.
And generally, as per my knowledge and for the betterment of audience,
Yes.
generally giving dividend is depends on their future plan,
Various factors, yes.
right? Na? Generally.
Uh-huh,
है ना?
100%,
So how do you make a conclusion about that?
sir, that was the question before even enrolling, like how much. Yes, yes. That's why that's the only reason this creates one more reason to do more work. So I'm just expanding my areas in this. I have already done a lot at the time of MPhil, at the time of PhD as well, but still that is giving me one more. See, internally, if the twist is not there, I feel we are not the researchers. So the twist here is again, I need to work on more. Still, I have done everything, whatever I have.
I'm not making any question about the first lecture.
Uh-huh.
I just want some more explanation from all this.
Okay, so let me clarify with the point number one. So 2020 was the COVID year, as per your point. So the COVID starts on 22nd March, exactly the date we see, right? So the financial year ends on 31st March. So as per my guide suggestion and the external examiner's suggestion, I have already mentioned the proposal. At the time of proposal, I have mentioned 2020. So 31st March 2020, till that time I have taken the data. So that's the point number. But that's what. No, sir. If you can please, it's not about process. I'm learning more about what I have done. It's not about process, and it's totally fine. I'm learning more. That's the point. So that was the first point. And number two, the dividend distribution policy that you have said. So what the companies are distributing, that I have not mentioned. I just mentioned in this year the company is given. So in the introduction part, I have added the dividend distribution plan, the ex-dividend date, the record date, and everything. So what the companies is showing in the annual reports on their website, I have taken that and I have framed that. That's it, not that, more than that. That's the point, because I have not clearly mentioned at the time of methodology I'm focusing on automobile or the ancillaries. So I discussed the same with my guide as well. So he allowed me to continue with the data that is available in the NSE listed. So I continued with that. That's the point. Yeah. Possible, sir. Possible. Thank you. Yes.
That is why the answer needs to be verified.
Yes, definitely. Still, I'm.
Jyoti,
Ji, sir.
already mentioned, you've done everything correct.
Thank you.
Methodology,
Yeah, that I will definitely relearn.
the important thing that comes to my mind, and that's something which I keep very what is the problem? And who are you doing this work for? Who is going to be the ultimate beneficiary of this new knowledge? Research is all about creating new knowledge.
100%.
Now, who's going to be the beneficiary of this new knowledge beyond living?
So my plan is that's the only reason I applied for the patent filing and the copyright filing. So once I get that, if everything will go as per the plan, so I'm planning to whatever company I have enrolled, that is the quite old data because we are in 2025. So two things are in my mind currently. Number one, I'll again go with the automobile sector. Not focus, main focus was on the dividend, but definitely the automobile sector. I will include the EVs, the e-vehicles and everything. On the basis of my patent filing, this should be my base, and whatever I will do in the future, both things I'll combine, and I'm planning to approach individual companies and discuss the same practically on their data.
You've not been thinking about SEBI?
I'm thinking.
You've not been thinking that this study should go to the SEBI?
That's the only reason.
Whether automobile companies are actually doing a share business, a fair share of their dividend, or they are only taking public money for their own use?
Sir,
Those are the bigger questions that I'm worried about.
Sir, SEBI is one of the biggest platform I believe. So undoubtedly that is there we can go for. But the path for going that, I think I need to be more stronger. My base should be more stronger than I planned, because I believe once I put my work, I must be very 100% sure. No, your suggestion is very good. I'll definitely search out to. Yes. You must have got it out. Yes, done, sir. Yeah. Yes, sir. So, any other questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jyoti. Her PhD thesis and the valuable feedbacks followed have enriched us all. Now, I'll take a moment to welcome Dr. Sumit Narula, Professor and Director at MIT Gurgaon. Dr. Narula is a distinguished academician with a vast body of research in media studies and communication. Let's take a look at an AV showcasing his accomplishments. Sir, audience is different, so some new people have joined us, sir. But I think. Excuse me.
क्या चाहिए नरोला सर की
Actually, technology ditched us in the moment when we need it the most. So, yeah, no.
साइन है ये फोन नाम से किस नाम से एक मिनट
Narula is a PhD in Electronic Media and Conflict Resolution from Punjab University, Chandigarh, with 2 masters and 2 postgraduate diplomas to his credit. He is presently working as the Director Head of the institution in MIT School of Communication, MIT University, Gurgaon. Prior to this, he was the Deputy Dean Research, Publications and Citations at MIT University, Madhya Pradesh. He is the founding editor-in-chief of the biannual Scopus Index journal named Journal of Content Community and Communication, which has a site score of 3.4. One of his books, Environmental Awareness and Role of Social Media, with IGI Publications USA, has recently been indexed by Clarivate's Book Citation Analysis, Web of Science. He has also published several national and international research papers in areas of research and publication ethics, catching fake, predatory clone journals and fraud misleading impact factor, media research, fake news detection, etc. He is also the chairman of the MIT Center of Excellence for Detection of Fake News and Disinformation at AUH. He has taken over 700 workshops on the topic How to Catch Fake, Predatory, Cloned Journals in Academics, and has developed a course with Taylor's University, Malaysia, which won him the Innovation Research Award. As the Honorary Brand Ambassador for Emerald Publishing in South Asia and a Voluntary Ambassador for Crossref, he regularly collaborates with leading organizations like Elsevier, Cabels and Turnitin to promote academic integrity. He has recently released an app named Amity Quality Journal Checker on both Google Play Store and the iOS platform. It has a list of all the fraud, cloned and predatory journals. Dr. Sumit Narula has 2 copyrights named 8 Novel Ways to Identify Fake Misleading Impact Factor and 8 Novel Ways to Catch a Clone Journal. We welcome you, sir.
Now, to extend our warm welcome, I request Dr. Rupal Chaudhary to present a floral welcome. Ma'am. Please give a huge round of applause. Thank you, sir, for joining us. Moving ahead, now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Anshul Garg to present his PhD thesis. The topic is Public Relations Practices and its Relationship with Organizational Effectiveness, a study of Indian hospitals.
Yeah, good afternoon, respected panel members, all the faculties and co-participants. I, Anshul Garg, have completed my PhD work under the able guidance of Dr. Anshul Bhavsar, Associate Professor, IIPS DAVV. My topic of research is Public Relation Practices and its relationship with organizational effectiveness, a study of Indian hospitals. The flow of presentation is going to be like this. So this study is built on the premise that although organizations, they strive a lot to create a positive perception about them in the eyes of important stakeholders. And that is why it is very important to really maintain their image, and public relation is just the right tool for that. PR helps organization to emphasize a great image in the minds of stakeholder, and for this study, the relationship of public relation with organization effectiveness is studied, where public relation comprises of three aspects. One is your public relation model, second is public relation roles, and the third is public strategic participation of public relation in the organization. Public relations. Public relation is a management of communication between organization and its public, and it is used effectively for the overall image management of the organization. Public relation models. One of the most popular model of PR is proposed by Grunk and Hunt. The model comprises of 4 models of PR, which is craft models and professional models. Craft models are the elementary and primary model of PR, comprises of press agentry model, public information model, which talks about the execution, whereas the most strategic and research-based model of public relations are the professional model, which is symmetrical and asymmetrical model of public relations. The roles of public relations are divided into 2 types of role, technical and managerial, and as the name suggests, the technical roles are more of an execution of PR strategies and doing day-to-day activities of PR, whereas managerial role is more strategic, goal-oriented, and it is at the same time with respect to understanding the overall perspective of public relations. Public relation participation in strategic planning. So Grunk in 1992 argued that organizations' decision affects largely public and they share a codependent relationship, and hence PR should play a very important role in the strategic planning of the organization. Organization effectiveness has been a topic which has been pondered by many researchers, and it has been one of the topic of interest of industry and academia to know the most effective and efficient way to contribute to the organization. Hospital industry in itself is growing at a rate of 12% CAGR, and in the entire healthcare industry, hospital comprises of 80% of the industry. When it comes to communication, it's a very challenging aspect for hospital, reason being that they are dependent on the recommendation from publics, they are dependent on the recommendation from residential doctors, and at the same time the internal public, which is the employees, your doctors and paramedical staff, they are highly dependent on the positive word of, they are really working on a very pressured environment, and that is why it becomes very important to understand that the internal communication is also very important. Public relation in hospital plays a very crucial role because to maintain positive relation with the key stakeholder as a reference from general practitioners, surgeons and general public plays a very vital role in the selection of hospitals. Public relation, when it is done in an effective manner, it contributes to the overall effectiveness of organizations, and it is called as excellent public relation. And hence the conceptual framework of PR works like this. Public relation practices of Indian hospital comprises of PR models, PR roles, and PR participation in strategic planning, and their impact on organizational effectiveness of Indian hospital has been tested. The rationale of the study is, so basically for hospitals, trust and credibility plays a very important role. And whenever they look overly commercial with the use of the kind of tools that they are using with respect to, being overly commercial, they may look superficial, extravagant, and not so effective for the hospital sector. And public relation, that is why, is considered as just the right tool for them. It helps them to create trust, build long-term relationship, and help in reaching publics in effective manner. Hospital invest in their public relation for a goodwill creation, and it is understood that when it is done in a right manner, when using a professional model, when a more managerial approach is used, their effectiveness increases. However, there is no empirical evidence to support this argument, and that is why this particular research was proposed. Literature review. So after following the inclusion criteria, ultimately 93 studies were actually used for the purpose of study included in the LR. Topic wise, these are the number of studies included in the literature review. And this is the list of the most cited article in the LR, and the 4 model studies by Grung and Hunt are the most cited paper in my thesis. This is a snapshot of literature review. Research gap. So after doing a thorough literature review, it is evident that public relation models, roles, and the participation of PR in strategic planning play a very important role in overall participation. But if you see, the majority of the research is done in the western part of the world, specifically in the US. Only one study by Sri Ramesh was undertaken which studied the PR model in India. And if you see the overall study in India, they are at a level of understanding PR practices, its trend, but none of the study talks about PR roles, their strategic participation, and absolutely no study is in the services industry or in hospital. And hence, to fill this gap in the body of literature, public relation practices and their relationship with organizational effectiveness in Indian hospitals was conducted. The objective of the study. So the objective of the studies are following: to identify the key publics of Indian hospitals, to study the applicability of public relation models in Indian hospital, to examine the role performed by the PR practitioners in Indian hospital, and to study the participation of public relation in the strategic planning of Indian hospitals. Other objectives were to determine the impact of PR model on organization effectiveness, to determine the impact of role practiced by public relation practitioners in organization effectiveness of hospital, to determine the impact of participation of PR in strategic planning on the organization effectiveness of hospital, and to learn about public relation activities pre and during COVID-19 in Indian hospitals. The research methodology used was, so it's a combination study of descriptive and exploratory study. The sample plan included a population of public relation practitioner or anyone responsible for the PR activity and communication in the hospital. The sample unit was PR practitioner or personnel in charge of public relation or communication of hospital were deemed to be qualified for the study. The sampling technique used was convenience sampling, and to increase the accessibility of data, snowball sampling was used. And in total, out of 174 people who were contacted, 110 responded, and the total sample which was selected for the analysis after study was 107. The variable in the study is, so public relation models, PR roles, and PR participation in strategic planning are the independent variable, and their relationship with the dependent variable, organization effectiveness, was tested. The questionnaire was divided into 6 parts. The first part comprised of demographic data comprising of nominal and interval scale. To study the top five public of hospital, the second part of the questionnaire was. The third and the fourth part of the questionnaire focused on the independent variable, and the fifth part focused on the dependent variable. The last part was a qualitative open-ended question which focused on PR practice pre and during COVID-19. To test the reliability, Cronbach alpha was used, and the tests were found to be reliable and you could be used for the study. Now talking about the data analysis tool. So for the demographic data, pie chart and composite tables were used. To identify the key publics, reverse weight method was used. For objective 2, 3 and 4, mean analysis was done, and to determine the relation between dependent and independent variable, objective 5, 6 and 7, correlation and regression analysis was done, and for the 8th objective, word cloud analysis was done. Here is the list of hypotheses. For objective 5, hypothesis 1 to 4 were developed, which were basically all the PR model and their respective relationship with the organization effectiveness. For the 6th objective, for the public relation roles, for the technician role of PR, the objective 5 and 6 were created. So they test the technician and managerial role of PR and its relationship with organization effectiveness, and to determine the impact of participation of PR in strategic planning of organization effectiveness of Indian hospitals. The 7th objective was created. 8th objective was created to understand the potential of the overall impact, which is PR model, PR role and participation of strategic planning on the organization effectiveness of Indian hospitals. Findings and discussions. Overview of demographic data. So this chart presents the overview of demographic data. To study the key public of Indian hospitals. After studying the key public of Indian hospitals, patients' family, consultant doctor, employees and resident doctors were found to be the most important 5 public for the hospitals, and these public comprises of a mix of internal and external publics. To study the applicability of public relation models in Indian hospitals, mean analysis was done. The precedentary mean was 3.23, where the most important task identified was to get a favorable publicity for the organization. For public information model, the mean score was 3.27, where the PRO identified himself as a neutral disseminator of information, although did not agree that they are doing the mundane PR activities. For two-way asymmetrical model, the mean score was 3.57, where the most important aspect for the PRO was to plan PR campaign. One should conduct research to determine public attitude. So the research importance was also identified here. And for two-way symmetrical model, the overall mean score was 3.68, and the purpose of public relation was to develop a mutual understanding between the management and the organization. So the important part of the public and the organization both were equally realized in this particular model. Now if you see the pattern, it is more in the progressive manner, which means we can say that the PR in organization is moving from the traditional to the progressive, which is the professional models of the public relations. Now to understand the overall impact, the current study was also compared with the studies done in other geographies, and these are all the studies done in the PR in other geographies. And if you see, then in current study, the PR models are practiced in the progressive manner, which is not the case in the other studies. So we can say that at least, we are going and moving towards the more professional models. And the same study was also conducted with the FEBISEC study. This particular study was selected because it is also done in the US for the hospitals. So we can see the overall industry growth with respect to the understanding of public relation has increased. The third objective, to study the role performed by PR practitioners in Indian hospitals. The mean score for technician role was 3.82, and the overall mean for managerial role was 3.84. As you can see, there is hardly any difference between two roles, and that is why we can say that both the roles is being performed by public relation officers in Indian hospitals. The current study was also compared with the study done in other geographies, and if you can see, the technician role is higher in other geographies as compared to managerial role, which is not the case in the current study. The difference is very small, but still there is a difference. So we can say that we are moving towards the managerial role from the technical I'm so sorry, from the technical roles. Just, I'm having a bad throat. Thank you so much. Yeah, so the fourth objective, to study the participation of public relations and strategic planning of Indian hospitals. The mean score was 3.90, which was the highest, and when it was compared to the studies done in other geographies, again the mean score was highest. So we can say that the PRO is participating in strategic planning. The fifth objective, to determine the impact of public relation models on organization effectiveness of hospitals. Correlation was done with all the four models. For the first two models, press agendary and public information model, the correlation was not found to be significant, and hence the regression analysis was not done. But for the two-way asymmetrical model, it was found to be, the correlation was found to be significant, and then further the regression analysis was done, and the significance level was 0.00, which was less than 0.05, and hence the third objective was rejected. Due to short of time, I'm just showing the snapshot of the hypothesis, right? So for the correlation of two-way asymmetrical model, again it was found to be significant, and the hypothesis was rejected. For the sixth objective, to determine the impact of role practiced by public relation practitioner on organization effectiveness of Indian hospital, the correlation was found to be significant, and after doing the regression analysis, it was found that there is no that hypothesis was also rejected. For the managerial role and organization effectiveness, the correlation was significant, and then again the regression analysis was done, and then further it was rejected. To determine the impact of participation of public relation and strategic planning of organization effectiveness, the correlation was found to be significant, and when the regression analysis was done, it was also found to be significant, and the hypothesis was rejected. Now, in this particular aspect, what I had done, we have had a combined effect. So I calculated the standardized score of PR models, PR roles, and participation in strategic planning, and its relationship with organization effectiveness was found out. So a new scale was created, and this scale was known as the super scale of public relation excellence, because for the excellent practice you need to do all the things together, and then this was further tested with the organization effectiveness. So earlier all the models were created, both the roles were conducted, but to make it more excellent, it was updated, and only the professional models and the managerial role of public relation was used in order to test the relationship. After doing the correlation, both the correlations were found to be significant, but the correlation increased with the updated super scale, which only had a professional model of public relations along with only managerial role and participation in strategic planning. Here is a snapshot of all the hypotheses and their result. Now, to learn about public relation activities pre and during COVID-19 in Indian hospital, as the entire activity was done, before research was before and during COVID, we could see a lot of change happening in multiple industry. Everyone had to pivot online, the entire aspect increase, and overall increase of PR was also there. And hence an open-ended question was asked to the PROs that have they noticed any kind of change in their PR activities pre and post-COVID, and to do the analysis, the word cloud was prepared, right? So in pre-COVID era, the most significant word arise were prominent role, publicity, awareness, center of excellence, creating a liaison between hospital and public, and as you can see that these words signifies towards the practice of more technical role of public relation and having more of a elementary understanding of public relation. Whereas during COVID, if you can see the use of the word social media, digital, PR on COVID awareness, interaction with internal stakeholders, and online press conferences, strategic approach included, which means the overall importance of PR was further realized by the hospitals and their PROs, and of course there was a huge pivot from a traditional methodology to the digital during COVID era. The conclusion. So the conclusion is that the top 5 stakeholders are patient, patient families, consultant doctors, employees, and residential doctor. It's a combination of internal and external public, and hence we can say that our hospital have a good understanding of both the publics, whether they are internal or external from the organization. And one more thing which was observed, that the size of PR department in hospital is very small, and there's a huge gender gap in terms of recruitment, right? So this was one thing that was considered as a major finding, and there could be a glass ceiling effect also that could have arisen because of that. So conclusion I'll skip, and should I go to recommendations, as you say? Yeah. Okay. So PR models and now after the entire research, I have few recommendations that could be used by industry and academia, and specifically with regard to PR practices in hospital. So use more sophisticated models like professional models that will help you to understand the overall importance of PR, develop a proper communication strategy, and you need to create an entire ecosystem. It is not a one man or one department's job. So you have to have a proper, understanding from the top to bottom about the involvement of PR in the organization. Involve PRO in strategic planning, and their representation on top management and overall organization effectiveness is required. You need to develop and involve PR in business planning. PR relation officers should be part of the core strategic team, and there has to be a proper audits done at a regular interval. Managerial role should be increased, reduce the bias in hiring, appoint people who are well qualified, who have well experience, who can actually contribute to the overall, PR in the organization. Develop exclusive PR campaign for effectively reach each and every key public, understand their importance and what is the right way to reach out to them, connect with patients and their family, create a forum to answer their queries, engage in communication with internal employees, including your employees and paramedical staff, understand their pain points and work accordingly, develop indicators to measure the success of PR activities and the satisfaction level of all the important stakeholders. PR strategies to enhance organizational effectiveness of hospital. Hospital should have planned approach towards hiring PRO and have a relevant qualification. It is very, very important. Have a better representation of women in overall hiring, and develop a training and development session for them, and include a digital component in very important aspect. The implication is for academia, industry, and public relation practitioners. Industry can use this finding, and they can, understand how to use PR in an appropriate manner. Practitioner will have understanding of more sophisticated way of doing PR, whereas it's PR models and other aspect, and academia can understand and take it forward, especially in South Asian and Indian perspective. The limitation, I think the biggest limitation was COVID-19. I mean, it had come with its own challenge, and we had to sort of, rework on our strategy to work around when COVID happened. The majority of data is from private hospital. Convenience sampling, again, is one of the major drawback that I feel is there in my study. And the future scope, this could be taken forward in other industries. We can do a meta-analysis, a comparative analysis of respective geography. Maybe a qualitative research can be done to understand the actually what type of PR activities are done, and then a comparative study can always be done. The key references are here, and I thank you all for your patience listening. Thank you so much.
One quick question. So maybe it also could be because of my mistake, but I want to clarify. You mentioned that you have 107 in your sample. So is that the sample of the patients or hospital staff?
The population was in charge of public relation communication activities in the hospital. So I contacted each and every hospital, and the one who was responsible to take up communication related roles, and specifically public relation related roles, they were considered as a respondent. So it is not from public, not from patient, but it is from the public relation practitioner or an in charge of communication in the respective hospital.
So hospital staff members responded to your questions?
Yes, the one who is taking care of public relation activities. So if you have a designated PR department, then the PRO, public relation officer.
So that means you got this response from 107 hospitals, or some 2-3 people from every hospital?
Then I contacted each and every hospital, and it was in the midst of COVID-19. I mean, for me, data collection was the most challenging, but the most learning experience as well.
But when you do the analysis with 107 people, so it also becomes.
One person from each hospital. So 107 hospitals and the one who was in charge for the public relation and communication activity in that particular hospital. Like that. So like I contacted Nanavati Hospital. And in Nanavati Hospital, the one who's taking care of the PR activity was my response.
They respond just like that by email?
That is why
Normally they don't respond unless or until you go in person.
So that's what. There were two things that I used, and that's why I had to use snowball sampling. So I started with reaching out to each and every hospital. I had prepared a list of hospitals along with the contact number. I reached out to them, but the success rate was not good. Then fortunately for me, I could find 2 to 3 references of the people PRO in the hospital, and from there I requested them to connect me to other hospitals. And this is how, with the snowball effect, I was able to reach out to the size of 107. Individually, I had contacted each and every hospital and each and every person who was
Your small size, the font size is relatively small. Font size, yeah. Thank you, font size. This is super.
It would have gone to 150 slides then, sir. And I was very frustrated.
You should not have more than 40 slides in a presentation. Even 20 is more.
I prepared for 30 minutes and had to conclude everything.
Anshul,
Yes, sir.
generally, the image of the organization, specifically in healthcare sector, is decided in terms of outcome which is being received by the people. Right? Na? Or in case of hospital specifically, outcome is in your favor. तो कहते हैं ना अंत भला तो सब भला, है ना? So how a PR can contribute to that? One. And second thing, again related to this only, can we compare PR activity of India with Western countries?
Yes, sir.
Because the demographic of the two are totally different.
To answer your first question, of course, the footfall in hospital is dependent on two things. One is the outcome. What is your success rate in terms of the treatment and how many successful cases are there? Now that, goes with word of mouth, right? So like, let's say for example, if I've got treated and then I will tell someone else and then they will go back to hospital. That is where PR can play an important role. Testimonials of patients and showcasing a success study can act as a very important PR tool first. The second thing is the kind of doctor who is associated with the hospital. So let's say for example, if Dr. Advani of oncology is associated with Nanavati Hospital, so many of the patients will go to that hospital because Dr. Advani is associated with the hospital. That is where also PR can play an important role. They can actually make people aware that a well reputed with a lot of successful cases doctor is associated with the Nanavati Hospital. So PR can play an important role, not in a very aggressive manner, but making people understand that how this hospital is adding value. And that is why PR is important, because we can't do a lot of PR, a lot of promotional activities which are overtly commercial, like advertising or maybe taking doing any kind of
Even in healthcare sector, it is not allowed.
Yes, again, I mean, my point coming to that, it could be very, very, unethical. It is not allowed, and at the same time, for public also, it may paint a very wrong picture of organization. So that is where PR can play an important role. And the second question, very important question, is that comparing Western with India blatantly may not work, because not only the demographic is different, the socio-economic is different, right? Which means that in India, if you and I have to go to hospital, we'll go to the private hospital and not public. The case is reversed in the US, right? So the problem here is that there are not that many studies in Indian context to be compared. So I had to take a benchmark where a lot of studies in the US and US context was done, and that is where that comparison was done. And that too of hospital, I could find only one study in the US context as well. So obviously the socio-economic parameter is different. Your demographic obviously is very different. So a direct comparison and a direct implication of those studies cannot be applied.
Anshul,
Yes, sir.
the recent
Yeah.
developments at the political and government level now the entire country is almost insured.
Yeah,
1 lakh rupees for everybody
right.
who's under a particular,
Yes,
and all people above the age of 70 and everybody else.
right.
So now the PRO's role becomes very different. The role becomes more trying to convince the insurance company. Understand what I'm saying?
Yes, yes, I'm getting your point, yeah.
It's all about you. If you've been to a hospital, for instance, I went to a hospital to get an angiography done. The reception was one person being, but the insurance department had a team of 12 people. So now the activity of PR is going to be completely different. Were you able to find that within your study?
Insurance company was not in the scope of the research, so that is why I not specifically asked for it. But yes, when I considered the publics which are important, internal and external public, they were trustees, they were residential doctors, consultant doctors. Insurance I had put, but no one had really marked it as important. So as of now, maybe the realization of how important insurance sector is for the hospital, because the number of more companies are associated, the more patients will drive. So could be because of that.
After COVID, you would have discovered
Yes,
that the most important factor in hospital choice is where is your insurance.
absolutely. Yes,
All that will change completely now.
right.
Maybe it's a good idea to do a follow-up research.
That can be done, and another point is that with the government schemes that has been introduced, that also has been majorly focused post-COVID. So maybe there can be another study with a comparison of how insurance as a sector, you know, pre and post-COVID has evolved. That can also be one of the ways we can look. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, yes, sir.
Last question. Everything is covered. So, did you read the Ayushman Bharat related policies of Government of India or the state policies related to the Indian hospitals?
Yes, sir. When I was doing my LR, I did cover some of the policies and so basically I covered the entire hospital segment and what government are doing with that respect. That also is one of the part in my, in my introduction work.
And
But
how effective was the organizational effectiveness in total?
in total, the contribution was done. So overall organization effectiveness, I have sort of not covered. But yeah, it is fine that the places where the more professional public relation is being used or is being
So you
practiced,
go with the
there the OE is better.
So did you do the comparison between the private and public hospitals?
No, I could not, because the representation of public hospital was very less. That was one of the aspect with which I had started when I planned the study. So 2-3 things were there. It was not only with respect to public and private, but maybe on the basis of multi-speciality.
So basically,
and
this is a study of private hospitals.
it has become a study of private hospital. We can definitely say that, because around 90% of data.
In your title, it is Indian hospitals.
Yes, sir. Because when the
So
title
you covered
was.
all the areas, India,
Yes.
full in. How did
No.
you cover full Indian hospitals?
Yeah, so I'll tell you, I covered central India, which is MP. I have covered Gujarat. I have covered Maharashtra because I'm in Mumbai. And from south, I had 3 hospitals. I could contact them through
And
a reference.
From north,
From north, I have 3-4 hospitals from Delhi and Gurgaon. But yeah, above that, I don't have a
because,
representation.
when you write a study of Indian hospitals, that means you have covered the entire India, at least one
Absolutely.
hospital from each state.
Yes, sir.
So that means around, if we got the union territories also, so around 34 hospitals. So do you have 34 hospitals?
I don't have 34 hospital. When in RDC the research proposal was given, India was divided in 4 zones: north, east, west, and south.
Okay.
And the representation of each
Done.
was
Then
mentioned.
you have
But
gone
because
zone-wise, yeah.
of
Right. I was going
COVID-19, I
state-wise.
could not do that.
Okay,
In
okay.
fact, I was planning to visit each hospital personally. That also I could not do.
Right. Thank
So
you.
because this was final and I could not change later, we
Thank you,
continued
thank you.
with that. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Anshul. Now I would like to call upon stage Dr. Sapna Bhavsar to present her PhD thesis titled A Study on Customer Buying Behavior Towards Organic Food Products in Bhopal and Indore cities. Ma'am, please wind it up.
Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here. First of all, I would like to congratulate PMR for their 20th International Conference. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present in the front of prominent dignitaries. Thank you so much. Yes, my topic of research was a study on customers' buying behavior towards organic food products in Bhopal and Indore cities. So, organic food are the special foods which are made out of the holistic agricultural practices which focus on chemical-less inputs along with soil health and the biodiversity. Why organic food? See, we have seen that during the post-pandemic or in the pandemic, both the times we have seen immunity is the main key factor which we have fallen off, right? So because of that, we have focused on the organic food and our good health. This includes social and the environmental friendly approach produced as per the organic standards, causing absolutely no harm to nature. The process of organic food involves zero use of pesticides, genetically modified inputs, growth regulators, chemicals and synthetic fertilizers. Now organic food in India, because of varying agricultural climatic conditions, India is blessed with immense potential for production of organic food varieties. In India, the market of organic food has been growing in leaps and bounds, though it can be considered in growth stage. Now, if we talk about the scope, when it comes to the number of organic producers, India is on the first rank. In terms of overall organic agricultural rank, India is ranked on the 5th position. Total area in India under organic cultivation near is 5.7 hectares. Now, the largest producer of organic food products is Madhya Pradesh, followed by Maharashtra. Rajasthan and Karnataka are on the 3rd and the 4th position. Now, organic food production. The total area which is under organic production of certification as per NPOP data as on March 2021 is nearly 43339,184 hectares. Now, challenges to organic food sector, there are few like habit of traditional mode, lack of awareness, high prices, taste difference, lack of farming support, limited range of products, limited availability and certification. This is the literature part. Then we have research methodology. Now objectives, the main part to study or customer buying behavior towards organic food products in Bhopal and Indore cities, to explore the factors considered by customers before purchasing organic food, to determine the rank of factors, to study the awareness level of the customers, to explore the opinion of customers using organic food, to study the price aspect of organic food products, to study the aspect of variety of organic food products. Then next we have hypothesis. There are 7 major hypotheses and 22 sub-hypotheses. Now data collection, the universe in the study included all the regular uses of organic food products in Indore and Bhopal. There were 1500 respondents, selected 750 each from Bhopal and Indore. sampling was judgment sampling. Now the structure of questionnaire, it was divided in 3 parts. Part A, basic information about the organic food, and the part B was related to the ranking of 14 factors where respondents were asked to rank while going for organic food. Factors were health factor, nutrition, availability, pricing, range, taste, preservatives, brand, certification, and so on. Part C was considered of 20 statements measured on Likert scale of agreement. Now data analysis tools were TZ and the ANOVA. Limitation and the scope of the study. Limitations were the cities selected were Bhopal and Indore, which may not represent the entire state in some aspects. The number of respondents selected for data collection may seem to be smaller looking upon the universe. Now there may be possibility of biasness in while choosing the respondents. There may be chances from prejudice while filling of the response by the respondents. The study was confined to organic food consumers in Bhopal and Indore. Now there are scope, further studies can be done in more cities of the state of the country. Then research work can be done on a larger sample size. A comparison of Madhya Pradesh versus other states can be done in terms of consumer behavior for organic food. Studies can also be performed regarding the perception of non-users of organic food in MP, and comparison of users and non-users can be done. Now come to the data analysis part. There were 7 hypotheses as I told you earlier. There is no significant customer buying behavior towards organic food products in Bhopal and Indore cities. That was rejected. And just like that, H02, H03, H04, 5 and 6. Now first hypothesis, H01, there is no significant difference in customer buying behavior. So we can see that if p-value of Levin's test is less than 0.05, then there is a significant difference between the variances. As per the above figure, the p-value is 0.392, which is greater than 0.05. Hence, it is assumed that variances are equal. And in buying behavior, cities are same. Seeing the test significance value, null hypothesis stands rejected. Next, hypothesis 02. The factors affecting their purchase decision towards organic fruit products on the basis of gender. So we can see the Levin's test value is 0.46, which is also greater than 0.05. So the null hypothesis is accepted. Then sub hypothesis H022, the factors affecting purchase decision towards organic food products on the basis of qualification. The significance value is 0.52, which is again greater, so the null hypothesis is accepted. Next we have the factors affecting purchase decision towards organic food on the basis of age. So we can see the significance value is 0.017, which is hypothesis again stands rejected. So in the hypothesis, sub-hypothesis 024, the test for the various factors affecting purchase decision towards organic foods on the basis of occupation. So the value is 0.285. So the null hypothesis 02.4 is accepted. So likewise, all the detailed analysis is done with various hypotheses and the sub-hypothesis. Next, now the findings, hypothesis testing results indicate that there is a significant trend in customers' buying behavior for organic food in Bhopal and Indore. Similarly, in terms of price, customers have significant importance before buying organic food. However, when it comes to factors considered before purchasing organic food along with ranking of factors, awareness, opinions and variety, there is no significant difference seen. Further, the analysis shows important findings and suggestions which are relevant for all the stakeholders. Now the suggestions, first of all, usage of organic food. When it comes to the consumption of organic food, the mean value is less than 2, which indicate that most of the respondents have been using organic food since last few years, especially post-COVID time. There are many who have been using organic food products in Indore and Bhopal since 1 year. Few have been using from the last 3 years as well. There are less respondents who have been using it for more than 7 years. It shows that in terms of usage, organic food has been a comparatively upcoming concept. It is expected that in near future there are many more people who are going to consume organic food. Now there is a source of awareness. When it comes to the source of awareness to go for organic food, it was found that most of the people are inspired by the family members, followed by friends, and now it is gradually increasing. Next, we have type of organic food consumed the most. In terms of kind of organic food people consume the most, it was most found that most of the customers consume organic vegetables and fruits, followed by organic cereals like corn, wheat, bajra, etc. Then organic food store preferences. When it was asked about the preferred store for purchasing organic food, it was found that most of the customers buy it from the local store, followed by the supermarket. Now food purchase decision. When it comes to the decision of the person who makes most of the purchase of the organic food, it was found that in the most of the cases parents are the decision makers. Then organic food purchase frequency. In terms of frequency of organic food, it was found that most of the people buy organic food in weekly basis, followed by twice a week. Now amount spent on the organic food purchase. When it was asked about the purchase amount tentatively spent on monthly basis for organic food, it was found that most of the people an average purchase of rupees 1000 to 6000 per month. Now this is the listing of factors by the respondents. Then opinion of the consumers, awareness, pricing, range and variety. Now implications and the suggestions for the government. Provide incentives for farmers. The root of organic food lies in the organic farming. In terms of reverse engineering process, if organic farming is taken care of, food products will also be considered. Now large scale awareness. To spread the advantages of organic farming and the food, government at all levels must conduct large scale awareness programs. Now tax benefit of customers. After farming and awareness, the crucial step is to ensure that more people buy organic food. Now certification process. Government should take all steps to make the certification process more easy so as to be recognizable for all the masses. Now organic food summit. The government Madhya Pradesh should organize events like organic food summits, just like millet awareness campaigns last 2023. Like an organic food hub, the special advantage Madhya Pradesh offers in terms of soil fertility. State government should start planning in such way that there should be specific areas. Now suggestions for farmers. Apart from major suggestions for government, the time has come when all the farmers should embrace the organic farming technique, which is always for the betterment of the mankind and the environment. The results of organic farming are bound to bring fruitful outcomes in the future. Now for organic food companies, further companies have to come up with the promotion of their organic food brands, not merely as a brand but as an awareness message. Then for people, finally it is the people who should take a step and adapt organic food. When more and more citizens start using it, the impact would be visible gradually for the future generations in the form of healthy India and for a greener environment. Now this is conclusion, the future agenda based on the AIP model, which was introduced by us, authorities, infrastructure and the people. Authorities, the first and foremost foundation for success in organic food sector is authorities, which includes central government, state government and the local government and various departments. Now infrastructure, the success of organic food cannot be visualized without a sound infrastructure. The infrastructure here refers to the organic farming, inputs being made available to the farmers at district, tehsil and the village level. People, finally it is the people who should embrace the organic mode in the formats. The time has come when everyone has to realize the importance of organic food for all age groups and the all categories, whether it is urban or the rural families. This is the AIP model. We can see the input, the authorities, infrastructure and the people, then processing, action, component, implementation, and the output is organic food growth, revenue generation and good health for all. Now working model of organic food. AIP facet of the model take the structure of input and the growth of organic food becomes the output along with revenue generations for farmers and ensuring good health for the people. The processing component becomes the link between input and the output. So thank you. This is all from my side.
One question from my side, it's just a suggestion, not really a question. Your title says that study in Bhopal and Indore cities.
Yes, sir.
So that, including the city names are okay when you submit a paper to an Indian journal.
Okay.
But suppose if you're submitting a paper to an international journal with high impact factor or journal with Q1 status on Web of Science and all, you avoid adding the city name or state name in the title, because generalized title, because those journals are interested in getting more downloads from different countries.
Okay.
They are truly global journals.
Okay.
So you need to have a generalized title focusing on your topic rather than focusing on your cities.
Okay. Thank
They
you.
might not have even heard about Bhopal and Indore. Suppose if you submit to an American journal or British journal, even the editors or reviewers might not have even heard about Bhopal and Indore. Bhopal and Indore are not important for them. But if you submit to an Indian journal, but unfortunately UGC has scrapped the Indian journal list called UGC Care Journal last week or last other week. So that means, so this is just a suggestion.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind suggestion.
Yeah, just an experience-based suggestion to help you to publish in global journal. But
Yes,
if
sir.
you are okay with publishing in Indian journal, it's okay.
No, sir. Thank you for your suggestion, sir.
Sapna,
Ji, sir.
actually, how do you identify customers for organic product? One.
Sir, actually,
And-
it was really a challenging for me to recognize even at the time of 2020, because that was a COVID and the pandemic time. But yes, my husband helped me a lot in the data collection, and he's a banker. He throughout helped me in that, and I have used my friends, my families. They all helped me in all that things for the data collection. Then we went for different malls, we went for different mandis, that organic mandis which are organized in Anand Mandi
Can you name a few?
Yes, sir. Anand Mandi, then Grass and Greens at Bhopal. Indore, I have visited Jaivik Setu, that Mangalam, Jai Annapurna. I have visited all the, all the our small outlets and the stores as well. कि कहीं से तो कुछ, I get all the data anyhow. So in this way, I have collected the data.
One more thing.
Yes, sir.
Actually, in the last, you have included farmers as a representative
Yes.
for infrastructure.
Yes, sir.
है ना? But the farmer plays a critical role in growing organic product, and
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
you are not given much attention to the problems and prospects for the farmers, because the cost of cultivating organic food is huge, and that is the reason, one of the factor pricing of the organic food is high.
Yes, sir. Right, sir.
You have not included that in anywhere in your studies.
Yes, sir. Right.
Only in some glimpses of the farmer
Some glimpses, true.
in your model.
Yes, sir. Right. So I'll work on it definitely. I'll work on, and further I will include in my research. I will do it for sure.
While your research is perfect, you right, only thing that you forgot,
Yes, sir.
there are going to be 9.5 billion people by 2050.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
On the planet,
Yes, sir.
there are going to be 9.5 billion people.
Yes, sir.
The arable land of the world is shrinking.
Yes, sir.
Organic production is always less than inorganic production.
True, sir.
So, are you not going to create more problems with organic food?
No, sir. In this way, I am just.
I'm not commenting on
Yes, sir.
I'm just commenting on the thought itself.
Yes, sir.
Yes, organic food is good,
Yes, sir.
it's healthy, it's all that kind of stuff.
Yes,
In
sir.
fact, if you did a little more research out of Floral and Bhopal,
Yes, sir.
you go to the northeast part of India,
Definitely, sir.
they've not used the chemical for the last 50
Yes, sir. Sir, Sikkim, we all know that about Sikkim. Yes, sir.
years, any chemical.
Yes, sir.
But the fact remains, the production levels are very low.
Yeah, true, sir. Indeed. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so with that, we wind up the presentations. Now, I would invite our distinguished guests to share their insights, observations, and valuable feedback on their presentations over stage. Their expertise will provide great learning for our scholars and help refine their research further. So could you please come on the stage? I would like to request.
My dear fellow panelists, participants and audience, dear faculty members. See here, one thing I want to make clear, that all the theses are good, very good, and they are being recognized for the purpose which we are intended to. This presentation is only a symbol of how well you are able to defend all the arguments or the questions which are being posed to you by various audience, because most of the time we learn research only after acquiring thesis degree, PhD degree, right? Now, so whatever that we have asked, you need to think on those lines, because most of the time, whether you have included certain thing in your research or not, but you need to defend those questions in the light of emerging information which you have acquired after conducting that particular research. Right now, so my best wishes to all of you, and I believe whatever is the result of this particular competition, because in competition only one you have only one participant as a winner for the event, right now. So I believe all the 4 participants are very good, and I wish them all the success in their professional and academic life, and believing that all of them are working in some institution. Right now, but I expect them to continue with their research, because some research gap is always you will find in your research area, and I expect them to continue with your research flow, consulting your supervisors regularly, and publish a good publication. And we have 2 experts for helping you out in getting your research work published in very good journals, Professor Justin and Professor Narula. We have those 2 individuals to help you in getting your work published, right now. So good luck, best wishes for you and your research work. Sir.
I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the 4 presenters, because all of them were very good. I mean, in terms of their topics, importance, and the way they presented. So it's not easy for any judging committee, So I mean, mostly participated in different judging committees to decide, and only thing is that I've never been part of a Miss Universe or Miss World judging committee. But otherwise, I have had the chances of different kind of judging committees. So it's not easy. So, but when 3 or 4 people put the marks, and whoever gets the total will get the prizes. So sometimes you might lose the prize or award marginally. So that happens everywhere. Even when you apply for a job, or you apply for anything in your life, even journal paper submission or whatever, sometimes you do not win the game by 1 point or 2 points, sometimes because of lack of preparation. Little bit, you prepared, but sometimes you forgot something, or you fell sick, and that might be also reason for rejection, or you might not get the first prize or the best job that you think. So you don't have to worry about it. There are many MBA students sitting here, so for their benefit also, I just would like to add on that if you don't get what you want to get in your first attempt or second attempt, don't get disappointed. There will be better things waiting for you, So someday or in future, you might be able to grab better opportunity, So whatever competition you participate, whatever job you apply for, suppose you apply for a job in the best bank in this country or best bank in the world. You don't get it, sometimes you will not get it. They might not recruit you because you're competing with thousands of others. You're competing with hundreds of others. So, next year or the year after, if you apply for the same job or some other job in a better organization, you might be able to get it to grab the job. The same way here also, competitions are like that. So never get disappointed, or something that you wish doesn't happen in your life. No point in getting disappointed or frustrated. So you have to keep going, because success is like a process. It's a journey. Never put a full stop on your way to succeed. Someday you will succeed if you are ambitious and if you keep working. You have to also get information to succeed. That is also important. And I take this opportunity to congratulate all the participants and all the delegates who came here, as well as PMR for organizing this kind of events, because this kind of events also, competitions also, help encourage a kind of competitive culture in the country, and it is important in the world. And so you need to have a competitive spirit. Everybody cannot be winner, but somebody will be winner. Donald Trump has become American president second time. But in case if he did not contest, he did not prepare, he lost last time, but again he came back, bounced back like a football or rubber ball, and he became president again. So it's the same way you can also bounce back. One failure doesn't mean that you are totally lost, or it doesn't mean anything. So that means sometimes you might get frustrated, sometimes students get frustrated that you did not win this time, but you can wait and you can keep trying, you will win. Donald Trump itself is a classic example. He lost the election last time, right? But he became president again. Same story. There are many other stories. Google Pichai, Sundar Pichai, and Google chairman and Microsoft chairman. They were born and raised in average family in this country. Who are them now? They are the chairmans of presidents of Google and Microsoft. Average Indians, Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella, can become the controllers of Google and Microsoft. People sitting here can also emerge as successful players. I've reached in my life, in my career, every month I can fly to different countries, and I've been doing that for the last 5 years. So it is possible, but I did not imagine that I would reach to that level when I was 17 or 18. So you can win the world. Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella are classic example. Even as a professor, you should be proud of your career. Dr. Rajan once told me, RBI, former governor of RBI, he came from University of Chicago on long leave to work as RBI governor. His father was an IFS officer. Every profession has its opportunity. If you are a professor, be proud. If you did not, students here, you did not get a job in a company, don't worry, go for a PhD from America. That's what Dr. Raghuram Rajan did. His father, IFS officer, sent him to do PhD from America with scholarship, and he is very happy as professor of University of Chicago Booth Business School these days. He said he is more happy as University of Chicago professor than being an RBI governor. This is what he told me. So be happy with whatever you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your encouraging words. As a mark of our gratitude, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria to present Memento to Dr. Paul. Now I would request other esteemed guests to share their insights.
This mic is on. No? Yeah. So thank you, the organizers, and I attended only 2 vivas. So the PhD is being given to them, so they are good. So which I was looking for is that the reference management, they were good, and it is a good thing that they are giving us the presentation about their research. But one thing I would like to add, as Sarah said, for the journals, because we belong to the journal fraternity, we look for the papers also. Those who have good theses can publish good papers out of it, and we help them and support them in publishing in good journals. So the things that you can add there is that the new thing is coming up is FSQCA and NCA. So if you can add necessary condition analysis and fuzzy FSQCA into your research papers after even the thesis, we will be happy to publish them. And we can say that the peer review system is strong, but if the papers are really very good, we help them in publishing in Q1, Q2 journals so that they can do further in research. And now this is their responsibility of the institution also, that they should be supported and they should be given some more kind of guidance so that more and more publications can come out of the faculties and the research scholars together. So thank you, Prestige, and thank you everybody. Thank you, sir.
गुड आफ्टरनून. सो गए सब, थक गए. गुड आफ्टरनून. That's better. So you've heard some brilliant things for the last 1.5 days by now, and I'm sure many of you are tired. Lunch is around the corner, and Professor Justin Paul is about to leave. Couple of points regarding the event which just happened. One, only 4 women, and the judges only 4 men. I mean, how unfair, how unfortunate that was. Anyways, having said that, let me talk a little bit about research. My personal take: don't publish it anywhere. What I'm going to tell you right now, don't print it anywhere, don't publish it anywhere, because that's personal. How many of you have played hockey in your life? मालूम देखा तो होगा. और भारत का इतिहास मालूम है. India used to be, since 1924, when the first time in Los Angeles, America played hockey. And India defeated them 24 goals to 1. And that one goal was because Dhyan Chand said, let them score a goal. India was a short pass kind of brilliant stick work hockey. Americans gave up playing hockey after that. In 1968, it was the last time that India or Pakistan won a medal amongst the top 3 medals in any Olympic Games. You know why? Because the Western world did not like us winning, and they changed the rules of the game. They put what is called the AstroTurf, and the AstroTurf was something which हमारे जैसे दुबले पतले हल्के फुल्के भारतीय उसके ऊपर कितना दौड़ेंगे, थक जाते थे. And the big beefy Australians and the Germans for the next 30-40 years kept winning and winning and winning. The same thing happened with ranking of institutions. Our IITs and the institution that I came from, IISc Bangalore, we were ranked among the top 100 in the year 1978. All 6 of us were amongst the top 100 or somewhere around there in that period. You know why? Because there was no research as the ranking parameter. Nobody liked it. Why would a Western person say, well, an Indian institution is so much better than me? Professor Paul just mentioned about Sundar Pichai and Satya Nadella. Do you know that close to 30% of the world's top MNCs are headed by Indian origin people? What do we lack? What do we lack? We lack innovativeness. We lack people who will set up industry. We have got great people who will go and run a multinational like Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella. But we don't have a Steve Jobs, we don't have a Larry Page, we don't have a Jeff Bezos. That's what we want to create. Is research the way out? Yes, it is. And that is why let us focus on real relevant research. Research for the sake of putting it into a journal is not the end game. The end game is, who are we doing the research for? Who is going to be benefited by me? What is the problem that I am trying to address? What are the worries that will be solved by my research? Which is the new knowledge that I am creating that's going to change the world altogether? If we do that, believe me, we will have hundreds of Jeff Bezos right here in our country. Maybe a couple of them are sitting right here. So innovation, startups, those are the things that we need to really work upon. Let me now announce the winner. Well, there was a very, very closely fought competition, and the variation is what? Out of 100 marks, on a sum total, the variation is 9. So the lowest and the highest, the difference is only 9 marks. Guess the winner. મારા ગુજરાતમાંથી સમજી ગયો તમે તો. So Jyoti Laljani, whose presentation on analysis of dividend policies in selected automobile companies takes the cake, and she's the winner. Whatever is the winner's award, you will have to. Oh, felicitation will be done. You'll have to wait, obviously. All right. So thank you so much, Jyotika. All yours now. Yes, you can. Yeah.
As we conclude this enlightening session, I take this opportunity to thank our distinguished guests for their valuable presence and insights.
So I will give this to the topper now and then go to
So sweet of you, sir.
you get a better prize next time. My prize I'm going to the topper. Yeah, please come. So you get 2 prizes. This is not the official prize. This is unofficial.
The personal prize I'm looking for.
Congratulations.
It's a very sweet gesture by sir. Please give a huge round of applause. A heartfelt thank you to our faculty members, organizing committee, and every individual who played a role to make this event a grand success. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being part of this remarkable event. We look forward to many such enriching discussions in future. Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Sorry. Okay, now I would request the distinguished guests to please present the certificates to the participants. I would like to call upon the stage all the participants to receive their participatory certificates. Yeah. Dr. Sapna Bhavsar. Dr. Jyoti Laljani. Next is Dr. Niha Jain. I think she has left. The other one is Dr. Anshul Garg. Please give a huge round of applause, please. हाँ ठीक ठीक. Now, this is for this session actually.
But Deepak sir को तो नहीं.
Deepak sir hasn't. Okay. So now, as a mark of our gratitude, I would like to call upon stage Dr. Rupal Chaudhary to present Memento to our esteemed guests. Ma'am. Now I would like to request to Dr. Ajit Upadhyay to present Memento to Dr. Narula. Next, I would request CS Dr. Pratima Jain to present Memento to Dr. Anil Bajpai, Group Director, PIMR, Bhopal. Please give a huge round of applause. And finally, I would like to congratulate Dr. Jyoti Laljani. It was definitely a tough competition. All in all, 11 participants were there and 5 PhD theses were screened out, and you stood first in the rank, so congratulations. And I would also like to thank all the students present over here for waiting patiently and listening to us. Thank you so much and have a great day.
Very Dr. Jain, sir, please begin.
Yeah. Could you just please get into your seats?
डॉक्टर पाटनी आप कुछ बोलेंगे एक बार मेरे को आई जस्ट वांट टू सी इफ आई कैन हियर यू
Sir, Dr. Jain is just waiting for the proceedings to start. I think the session has just begun, and this is the valedictory session.
It's not coming.
Can you hear me loud?
Hear you, sir.
Wonderful. Yes, sir. Dr. Jain, sir, please.
Prestige Pranam. Good afternoon, friends. Could you please get into your seats fast? It's a matter of great pleasure and pride to welcome a tech wizard, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, who is out to challenge ChatGPT and take AI and ML to the next level with a complete Desi tech. I'm sure it would be another Mangalyaan story for India. Despite his busy globe-trotting, he has taken time out to be with us today, although virtually. Gurnani ji's felicitation is due at Prestige till he visits us at our campus in Indore or elsewhere in Madhya Pradesh, and allow us to honor you, sir. I shall not stand between you and the audience, so the stage is all yours, sir. Thank you.
So Dr. Jain, again, thank you for inviting me to this prestigious conference.
Yeah.
I know that Prestige Institute of Management over the last 20 years has established an incredible track record, and I was in a way pleased that Dr. Sanjeev Patni, when he called me to say that I should speak to you, I had to remind him that my roots are in Madhya Pradesh. I was born in Neemach, Madhya Pradesh, and even today, given an opportunity, I like to visit Madhya Pradesh, whether it is Bhopal, whether it is Mandsaur. For many of the students and some of the young PhD students, they have not traveled into the deeps of Madhya Pradesh as much as I have gone. So I can only say, sir, that when you invite me to Indore, I will come because I love the record that you have created of being the cleanest and the smartest city in India. Congratulations. Number two, I have not met Shankar Lalwani, but I was told that he has a rare distinction of winning by the maximum number of votes the previous Lok Sabha election. And number three, I believe the best food in India is still in Indore, not anywhere else. So I have three reasons to come. Number one, to meet you, Dr. Jain. Number 2 is to see a wonderful institute. And number 3, I am a foodie at heart. So an AI cannot take away my food habits. I mean, for that, I think I have to rely on the chappan bhog that you will give to me, sir. But in general, I can only say that AI is not new. For many of us, we know that robotics, automation has been part of our lives. And for those who are old enough like me, have seen the demise of manual typewriters, have seen the demise of the electronic typewriters, and I've also seen now voice taking over text completely. I mean, I know that many people now don't even type their WhatsApps. They are constantly dictating it. So that means what you have seen in the recent times is that automation in whichever format has continuously improved. That any one of us who travels by air knows Digi Yatra, now you don't even have to show the boarding pass. At least at the Delhi airport, you just walk in and your face is the identity card. That means Vision AI has also replaced many of the functions. I have already shared with you that individual AI always is far superior than an enterprise AI. Institutional AI always takes a little time to adopt. And the main reason for that is institutions have to safeguard themselves. Individuals don't mind asking a DJ to sing a song in the confines of a marriage hall because they are not worried about the laws of piracy. Whereas the reality is that whether it is a prestige group of institutes or whether it is a corporate, whether it is called a Ruchi Soya, they have to follow compliances. They have to follow regulation. They have to take into account whether the content is pirated or the content we have taken permission to use the content. So I call in today's environment AI as an opportunity. The good news is that at least, and Dr. Jain will agree with me, that earlier an institute was known for how many doctorates it has produced, how many research papers they have produced, how many, conferences they have hosted, or what is the average package that the students have got during placement, and whether we are able to get companies, the banks, the McKinseys or the consulting companies of this world, whether we are able to get the hedge funds or IT companies like an Infosys or an Accenture into our campus for recruitment. Now those were the merits. You know what I'm pleasantly surprised is the youth today has defined the next parameter, which is entrepreneurship, which is the institutes have recognized that they now have incubators, they have startups. I mean, I meet the Indore Management Association guys. Last I had come there was a few years ago to give a talk to Indore Management Association. I was surprised at the entrepreneurship that people were demonstrating. Actually, I met a young couple that time. I mean, and I'm sure knowing Dr. Jain and his family, they would probably know them. There was a young entrepreneur called Savanta and his wife Preeti. The biggest surprise was their 8 or 9-year-old son, who was an entrepreneur on its own. So the point I am again trying to emphasize is that the institute which adopts entrepreneurship as one of its goals will resist any kind of attack which automation, tools, AI or engineering can bring in. That at an airport, when you have a Digi Yatra, you're taking away a few jobs because you have automated the process of check-in. The number of ground handling staff has reduced. Now that doesn't mean that airline industry will not expand. That does not mean there will not be any new jobs. The jobs will be there. It's just that if you are an entrepreneur not only when you create your own business, but an entrepreneur as a manager, entrepreneur as a professor, entrepreneur as a PhD student, entrepreneur as a chief placement officer, you would be able to anticipate the requirement. So, there will still be an MF Hussain, there will still be a human touch required in everything you do. All of us know robots can do the job of the waiters, but would we like a restaurant manager to be a robo? Would you like to go to a hotel where the concierge is a robo? Would you like to, deal with a customer complaint by being a robo or what I call an AI agent? So, embrace entrepreneurship, embrace AI, embrace tools because you want to be superior to every tool that has ever been made by anyone. I think the second point I would like to emphasize today is more about anticipating the future. When you start anticipating the future, just remember some industries, and I'd like the students to actually do a healthy debate. Which industries will survive even if there is 100% automation? We look at every production of Elon Musk, who is the Einstein of today. We look at all the Star Wars movies. We look at people, Dr. Jain spoke about the Mangalayan moment. I think it's an opportunity. Opportunity that you can have your own LLMs. You can have your super agentic AI factory. You can define that a Chinese company in $6 million has proven that they can create an LLM. At Tech Mahindra, when I challenged Sam Altman, we spent $400,000. Why? Because we were able to get gig workers from different parts of India willing to contribute, and our job was language training. Data was the opportunity. All the data that you all create, somebody has to convert it into a meaningful language. Somebody has to train it. Somebody has to make it super fine. Now, when I look at the future of industry, I start questioning myself. COVID was the biggest moment or the biggest stumbler or the biggest break in the lives of many people. Now think about it. One Dr. Ila Krishnan had an Indian vaccine and it was produced in a record time, whereas everybody else were, including AstraZeneca, were relying on different technologies. Our own Serum Institute, became a mass producer. So the business was being a Dr. Ila Krishnan in being able to produce a vaccine. The business opportunity was becoming Aadhar Poonawala and creating the largest manufacturing facilities in the world. The point was they all anticipated the future and they were willing to take continuous bets on the future. I think all of you conference attendees from different parts of India have a wonderful opportunity. You all participated in hackathons. You all participated in creating research papers. Your biggest advantage being in India is you have 1.4 billion people. 1.4 billion people can get up in the morning and say, oh shit, we are the diabetes capital of the world. Or the other way of putting it is, we are the ones who will control diabetes because we have the data. We will control cancer because we have the data. We will become the Dr. Ela Krishnans, and we will have in record time solutions where people are still talking about problems. AI allows us to do. AI makes us efficient, makes us productive. AI will also allow us to leapfrog. So, ladies and gentlemen, I can only say is that old saying about be bold, dream big. AI is just a tool, master the tool, and you should be the master. Be the master of your destiny. Number of opportunities are only growing, and with people like Dr. Jain, Dr. Patni, and all the conference organizers, I can only say, if you invite me, sir, I will definitely come to the Prestige Institute, and I'm looking forward to face-to-face interactions with many of you. Ideas are many. Let's go and make it big. Let us make AI our slave. We, as entrepreneurs, have faced enough challenges. Nothing is new. Indore is the auto capital, Indore is the manufacturing capital, Indore is the textile capital. It is not that the businesses did not get reinvented. But your entrepreneurship in Indore has always shown a way that you never allowed Bombay or Ahmedabad or Surat to take over your textile business. You did not allow Devas to be a less known industry. It only shows is AI is one phase. We as complete human beings, we as entrepreneurs will continue to define the world. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Let's make data as our slaves. Let's train the data and let's rule the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gurnani. We are very pleased to welcome you at Indore, and we are looking forward to have you at Indore with some poha jalebis. And since you mentioned that you are a foodie, I'm sure you would love this place. Thank you so much. And you were listening to our chief guest, Mr. C.P. Gurnani, the co-founder, alumnus, former CEO and MD of Tech Mahindra. You just saw that he was present online. We could not welcome him though, but then I'm sure our warmth would surely reach him. We would quickly see his profile through our audiovisual presentation, and then we'll move forward with the program.
So just be there for a moment, please.
Before Tech Mahindra, CP held senior roles at Hewitt. Mr. C.P. Gurnani, popularly known as CP within his peer group, is the CEO and Managing Director of Tech Mahindra. With over 36 years of experience, he has led significant business transformations, including the landmark turnaround of Satyam, one of the most notable corporate events in Indian history. CP's inimitable leadership style is marked by his sharp focus on customer experience, enthusiasm, and dynamic people management, believing in bringing out the best in individuals. An accomplished business leader with extensive experience in international business development, startups and turnarounds, joint ventures, mergers, and acquisitions. Before Tech Mahindra, CP held senior roles at Hewlett-Packard Limited, Perot Systems India Limited, and HCL Corporation Limited. His entrepreneurial approach and vision played a key role in Tech Mahindra's rise to prominence. Sir served as chairman of NASSCOM in 2016 till 2017. He has been recognized with numerous awards, including Ernst & Young's Entrepreneur of the Year, CNBC Asia's Indian Business Leader of the Year, and Business Standard CEO of the Year. In 2015, he was conferred with Best CEO of the Year at the Forbes India Leadership Awards and Asia One Global Indian of the Year for Technology in 2016. He was also listed among the top 100 global CEOs by the Wall Street Journal in 2016. An alumnus of the National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, CP holds an honorary doctorate from Veer Surendra Sai University of Technology. Passionate about social causes, he co-founded Titliyan, an NGO supporting over 140 underprivileged children, and is actively involved with the Tech Mahindra Foundation, helping 1,16,000 beneficiaries. Mr. C.P. Gurnani's motto is, "Work hard and play hard," reflecting his all-encompassing approach to life and leadership. We welcome you, sir.
Let's give a big round of applause to Mr. Gurnani. Thank you again, sir, for your time at Prestige Institute. We are grateful to you. Thank you so much.
So thank you again, Dr. Patni, Dr. Jain, for inviting me to this international conference. You know, my loss that I'm not doing it in person, but I am willing to settle for second best because you all have said I can come to Indore in future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thanks for your time today, and we'd like to welcome you to Indore very, very soon. Thank you very much.
Just see you. Bye.
Distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, respected delegates, faculties, and dear students, a very good afternoon to each one of you present here. I am Dr. Rashmi Barjatia Rawat, and it is my absolute privilege to be the host of this valedictory ceremony of Picom 2025, the 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5.0. This conference has been a remarkable opportunity for all of us to grow, to challenge our thinking, and to ignite the spark of innovation that will propel us forward. Yesterday, we had the privilege to hear thought leaders from Dr. Justin Paul to Dr. Surat Singh to Mr. Ajay Sevikari, and visionaries from Mr. Sahil Nair to Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj, who have challenged the status quo and shared their wisdom with us. And with that, I welcome you all to this 20th International Conference of Prestige Institute of Management and Research, presented by Punjab National Bank as our strategic partners and powered by Arihant Capital Market Limited as our main sponsor. Let's make this final session just as powerful and inspiring as everything that came before it. And for making this journey more momentous, we have some distinguished guests with us. We would like to welcome them, and we will start with Mr. Shiv Mohan, ex-senior scientist ISRO and educationist. I request Dr. Murlidhar Panga, the HOD of Economics Department, to welcome him. We are pleased to have Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, the Managing Director, India and SAARC region, Case Construction Equipment, CNH Industrial with us today. I request Dr. Vipin Chaudhary, the HOD of Marketing Department, to welcome him, please. Can I request Dr. Amitabh Joshi to do the honors, please? Please give a big round of applause to our guests. We are honored to have our esteemed alumnus, Mr. Devesh Mohan, Director of GSI Sales and a Sales and Leadership Coach. I request Dr. Nitin Tate, the HOD of Finance Department, to welcome him, please. Students, you can very much relate to him. He's our alumnus. Please give him a big round of applause. We also have with us Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, diplomat, professor and global envoy at Prestige. I request Dr. Rajesh Jangalwal to welcome him with flowers. Can I request Dr. Vipin Chaudhary to do the honors, please? We are fortunate to have CA Arpit Jain, CEO of Arihant Capital Market Limited with us. I request Dr. Nitin Girdharwal to welcome him, please. Okay, he's yet to come, so we'll be waiting for him. Having extended our warm welcome to all our guests, it is now my pleasure to invite our Group Director, Dr. S.S. Bhakar, to propose and to deliver a welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Mr. C.P. Gurnani ji, co-founder LNOS and former CEO and MD Tech Mahindra, who just presented his discourse in the valedictory session. Honorable Dr. Deepak Shasta, Chairman PEF and Chancellor Prestige University. Respected Mr. Shiv Mohan ji, former Senior Scientist ISRO, India, and academician now. Respected Sri Shalabh Chaturvedi ji, MD, India SAARC region, Case Construction Equipment, CNS Industrial. Respected Mr. Devesh Mohan, he is my student, alumnus, Prestige Institute of Management and Research Indore, but I am using respected for him because he has earned it. Director GSI, Sales and Leadership Coach. Respected Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Diplomat, Professor and Global Envoy, Pimr. Respected Arpit Jain ji, CA Arihant Capital Markets, who's likely to arrive in next couple of minutes. Dr. Anil Bajpai ji, Director, Group Director, Pimr Bhopal. Dr. Subramaniam Raman Iyer ji, Director, Pimr UC Campus, Indore. Dr. Manoj Deshpande ji, who is still to arrive, Senior Director, PI EMR, Indore. Dr. Sanjeev Patniji was who was on air just a few minutes back, CEO AIC Pimr Indore, all the HODs, faculty members, delegates, and students. I welcome you all in the valedictory session of the conference. This is the final segment of this year's conference, Picom-25. We have had 2 hectic days of learning, and this is the time when we need to look back and see what we have learned and how are we going to utilize what we have learned in last 2 days. As we conclude this Picom-25, I want to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you for your active participation and insightful contributions. The diverse perspectives shared have enriched our understanding of Industry 5 and how it is going to pave the way for greater human-machine synergy and transform the way we do business. The conference has not only provided greater insights on the topic, it has also provided a clear path for implementing Industry 5.0 and its recommendations by different organizations. A special thanks to our presenters, panelists, and the dedicated organizing team who made this event possible. Let us all carry the knowledge gained today into our respective fields and work towards a future where human workers and intelligent machines work in complete harmony without harming the human beings. There is a omnious thought process in the world that AI is likely to learn more than what human beings know, and therefore in future they might start directing the human beings, or maybe that a time might come where they may feel that human beings are not their friends but enemies and may start harming. So with that in mind, I'm sure we will take due care in developing AI that would always be supportive to human beings and not be at antagonistic position, or not take antagonistic position against human beings. The research papers received in the conference, some of them have already gone through the refereeing process, and they have been published in the proceedings as a book There are 34 research papers that have gone into that book. The book was released in the inaugural function of this conference and will be issued or will be handed over to all the participants whose research papers are included in that book. The second set of research papers will go into the two journals that we had associated with this conference. One of them was in Q1 Scopus listed and the other one Q2 Scopus listed. Both these journals are very careful in accepting research papers, and all the research papers that we find that may find their place in Q1 and Q2 will go through a strict refereeing process by these journals, and only suitable research papers that are found good enough for these journals will be published in these journals in due course of time. The third opportunity for publication will come through IGI. We have approached IGI publications for publishing our proceedings. We could not include more research papers in the book, although this was also a refereed book, but we could not include more because a large number of research papers were received at the fag end of the paper receiving time. In fact, just before a week or less before we started the conference, and therefore there was no time left for us to process these research papers through referring process and publish them in the book. They will also be put through the referring process, and ICIE has agreed to publish these as proceedings, and these proceedings may also find their place in Scopus. We are in touch with Scopus. We've not yet finalized, but I am sure it is possible. The remaining papers, all those papers which do not find any place in any one of these naturally are the ones that are not good enough to go on any of these platforms, and therefore we would not be able to publish those research papers in any case. When we come to the concluding part of this conference, we need to look back at the learning that we've had in last 2 days, and we need to also look at what are the takeaways from this conference. I'm sure every one of you is richer in understanding Industry 5 today after 2 days of deliberations. And I'm sure these deliberations must have triggered an urge for you also to carry out further research in this area, and I'm sure a large number of you would start or carry out more research in this area, generate greater understandings. Industry 5 is pretty new. It has just started. It was, as per European Council, it started in 2021, and we all know that any industrial revolution does not end when the next revolution starts. So Industry 5 is likely to continue for a long period of time. Maybe Industry 6 will start in next 4 or 5 years of time, but Industry 5 will still continue for long periods of time, and therefore greater understanding and a greater research work is needed to implement Industry 5 in letter and spirit. We, as an institution, organize number of activities. Some of those brochures, some of the brochures of those activities would be unveiled in few minutes of time. We are going to organize, and I'm announcing this because these are important activities that the institution is going to organize in near future. A research methodology workshop and a case writing workshop are going to be organized in the break that we have after this semester, June, July, and I urge all the participants in this conference to look at these as opportunities and participate. The case writing workshop will result into ready case in hand, and would be published through Case Center, previously known as European Case Clearing House. So we will get all the cases published through the Case Center, the cases that will be developed during this workshop. Similarly, the research methodology workshop will result into a research paper in hand at the end of the workshop, and those research papers, after going through due refereeing process, will be published either in our own journal if they are found suitable, or some other suitable journal. So these two activities are round the corner, so all the delegates who have participated in this conference can also take advantage of these two activities that the institution is going to organize in due course of time. Since as a conference chair, I should be talking, these should have been the concluding remarks as the conference chair, but since I have been invited as the first speaker, they can't be concluding remarks. But anyway, thank you very much for being part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll be waiting for Industry 6.0 now. Moving ahead, Prestige Institute has not only been a beacon of excellence in education, but also a symbol of innovation, progress, and transformation. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move forward with today's session, to give you a deeper insight into our legacy, we present an audiovisual journey that beautifully captures the essence of this prestigious institution. So sit back, relax, and let this video presentation take you through the heart of PIMR.
Educating someone is the noblest effort anyone can do in his lifetime. Prestige Education Foundation was founded with the same motive in the year 1994. In its journey, this foundation is nurturing students from LKG till PhD, with the vision of developing students of society as front runners and to contribute towards national development. Prestige Education Foundation runs institutions offering courses in management, engineering, law, media studies, commerce, IT, to name a few. With its glorious voyage of excellence in quality education, research and consultancy, the Prestige Education Foundation now stands at a new threshold with its upcoming Prestige University. The man behind this vision is Padma Shri Dr. N.N. Jain, an entrepreneur, industrialist and philanthropist. Carrying the vision of Dr. N.N. Jain to new heights, Dr. Devish Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Chancellor, Prestige University, and Mr. Dipin Jain, Vice Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Pro-Chancellor, Prestige University, are spearheading this intellectual entity by following the footprints and vision of their father. Maintaining high standards as per the norms and directives of higher education and education bodies of state and central government, the institute was successful to get permanent affiliation from the prestigious Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore in the year 2000. It enjoys autonomous status thrice consecutively by UGC in 2006, 2012 and again in 2018. It is recognized by University Grants Commission under 2F and 12B. The institute is proud to have been accredited thrice with the highest grades by National Assessment and Accreditation Council UGC. Currently, Prestige Institute of Management and Research Indore enjoys NAC A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.57, making it the only institute in Central India to do so. It is also an ISO 9001-2015 certified institute. PIMR provides suitable environment for academic research and currently has 49 PhD guides, 115 JRF and PhD awardees, and 91 research scholars at our PhD center, which came into action in the year 1994. The PhD center is a recognized research center of Devi Ahilya Vishwavidyalaya Indore. At present, close to 400 research papers of our faculty members have made their place in different and esteemed international and national research journals such as UGC, UGC Care, Scopus and ABDC. In the year 2019, PIMR was enlisted under UGC Paramarsh scheme where it assists other institutions for NAC accreditation purposes. PIMR Good Governance Cell has been actively involved in conducting various activities related to public-private relationship model and helps to accomplish various government projects. Department of Higher Education and World Bank initiated governance benchmarking project with international standards in which PIMR Indore is identified as a top-notch institute and has been suggested to offer suggestions and recommendations to other institutions. The year of 2018 brought another milestone for us as the foundation stone of Atal Incubation Center Prestige Inspire Foundation was laid, which is an initiative supported by Atal Innovation Mission, Niti Aayog and the Government of India. The concept of Prestige Atal Incubation Center is to give a shape with the notion of establishing startups in the agricultural sector of MP region
and other promising sectors by budding entrepreneurs. The AIC currently has 12 startups that have won numerous awards at international and national levels. Beginning with 400 in 1994, the student strength now stands at over 5,000 and continues to rise in postgraduate courses, MBA full-time, MBA Financial Administration, MBA Marketing Management, MBA International Business, MBA Personnel Administration, MBA Advertising and Public Relations, Master of Mass Communication. The institute also offers BVOC, Bachelor of Vocational Studies, in Banking and Financial Services and E-Commerce and Digital Marketing. In undergraduate courses, BBA, BBA Foreign Trade, BCA, BCom Honours, BA JMC, and in law courses, BA LLB Honours, BCom LLB Honours, BBA LLB Honours, LLB Honours, LLM. The institute also offers a range of certification programs. Complacency leads to stagnancy. The institute continuously evaluates itself through participation in various external rankings conducted by external agencies. The institute has been consistently ranked in top business schools of India on a variety of parameters. The institute supports and promotes a range of developmental programs for faculty members and has successfully conducted many faculty development programs, research methodology workshops, curriculum development workshops, case study workshops, and international conferences ever since its inception. We are proud to host a galaxy of experts, luminaries, and delegates cutting across industries and sectors who have blessed, motivated, and inspired our students with their knowledge, experience, and expertise. PIMR's Research Consultancy and Training Wing conducts MDPs, EDPs, and many training programs for industry and several departments. Under the umbrella of best practices, PIMR prides itself in providing the students a holistic center, road track club, PIMR literacy mission, and our flagship program Rahat, a health camp organized to serve community. Anubhuti and village adoption are at the forefront of our endeavor to contribute meaningfully towards social causes. A sound infrastructure is one of the most crucial elements for creating a sound learning environment within an institution. Keeping this in mind, the institute has been maintaining its advanced infrastructure such as e-library, dedicated English language lab, computer-based simulation lab, and a well-equipped media studio that caters to all the requirements of film and television production. All these have led to the creation of award-winning productions. Department's community radio and Prestige International Film Festival help media students to get contemporary exposure. Apart from classroom teaching, the institute provides an array of activities and engagement initiatives for students. E-Shakti, a student-driven event, was a joint initiative of Madhya Pradesh Agency of Promotion of Information Technology, Bharti Airtel Limited Airtel, and Prestige Institute of Management and Research, which empowered 1,20,000 women of Madhya Pradesh by making them computer literate. Regular series of institute industry interactions, student-driven clubs, Central India's biggest youth festival Manthan, are all platforms for students in the direction of experiential and hands-on learning. With our students, we have successfully achieved Guinness World Record of largest backward walk and many other records. We are proud about our supportive and meaningful MOUs with foreign universities and institutions such as University of Illinois Chicago UIC, University of California UC Davis, Brandeis University Boston, and ESSEC School of Management Paris and Lille. We also maintain a list of strong linkages and professional MOUs with industry. The institute offers global exposure to students through its international linkages in the forms of international internships, industrial visits, foreign certification programs, and short training courses. An institute is known by its students and their success stories. Placements at PIMR have been outstanding, attracting recruiters from diverse sectors. Alumni are the real brand ambassadors, and our institute feels immensely proud of PIMR alumni who are creating milestones in their respective fields. Having made their footprints domestically and globally, our alumni are associated with top leagues across industries. The next milestone in this enriching and engaging journey for PIMR is to be a degree awarding institute.
Let's give a big round of applause for Prestige and for ourselves. Students there at the back, can we have a big round of applause? Thank you. Now, let's take a comprehensive overview of the key highlights, discussions and outcomes of our time together. I would like to invite Dr. Pratima Jain, coordinator of Picom 2025, to present the official conference report.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of Picom 2025 team, I hereby present the report for the 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in Era of Industry 5.0. We started yesterday with the inaugural session in which the luminaries of guests were there to encourage us on research, to advise us, to guide us on different topics. Dr. Surat Singh, Professor Dr. Arpan Bharadwaj, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Dr. Justin Paul, Mr. Ajay Sevekari, and Mr. Sahil Nair. These were the people who were there during our inaugural session. We are in our valedictory session, so we have Mr. C.P. Gurnani, Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, Mr. Devesh Mohan, Mr. Shiv Mohan and Mr. Arpit Jain. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of Picom 2024. Now, let's come to the statistics part of the conference. The total number of papers we have received is 305. We have more than 350 registered participants, plus the internal participants from PIMR. The number of states represented is more than 18. We have 8 countries represented their entries in the conference through the paper presentation. All those presentations were made in online mode today and yesterday evening. Total number of speakers were more than 20 from the blend of industries and academics. Total number of technical sessions were 20 technical sessions, including 3 students track. Total paper presented were more than 200. All the best papers from the 20 tracks will be announced soon in the valedictory session. Today, we also had a PhD thesis contest in which we have Professor Justin Paul, Professor Sumit Narula, Professor Deepak Shasta, and Professor Anil Bajpai as the judges. We have received total 11 entries, out of which 5 were qualified for the presentation today, and 1 is the winner. That will also be announced soon in the valedictory session. Some of the special highlights. During this conference, we are releasing our souvenir featuring more than 300 abstracts. We have 3 status papers on the conference theme presented by the faculty of PG campus, UG campus, and the law campus. We have the release of conference proceedings with ISBN number, which is already a peer-reviewed journal. Yesterday, we have done the opening of the same. We have the research workshop yesterday on ethics, predatory journals, and high-impact publishing. Along with these, we have the tie-up with 2 reputed journals, that is International Journal of Consumer Studies, UK, which is Scopus listed with site score 18, IF 8.6, Q1 journal with A category. Along with these, we have another journal, Journal of Content, Community and Communication, which is Scopus Q2, site score 2.9, SJR 0.269, and SNIP 0.5. Along with the paper presentations, we also have certain awards during the 2 days sessions. We have Outstanding Legal Luminary Award, yesterday given to Dr. Surat Singh. PIMR Management Excellence Award granted to Professor Justin Paul. Few more awards in line to be granted today. We have the gold medal for the outstanding students who performed best in their academics in last year. Loyalty awards for 10 years and 25 years association. Least Leave awards, Best PhD award, Best Research Paper award in different technical sessions, and the Research Honorarium award. Thank you. This is all from my side. I cannot end my presentation without thanking our partners like Punjab National Bank, Arihant Capital Limited, Karnataka Bank, and many more. Thank you.
थैंक यू डॉक्टर प्रतिमा जैन। वो कहते हैं ना, रस्में दुनिया भी है, मौका भी है और दस्तूर भी। What better opportunity can we get than this to unveil and announce some important events at PIMR? And this is the perfect time to set the stage for exciting initiatives lying ahead. But first, let's become a part of unveiling the official souvenir of the conference. This souvenir represents not only the essence of the event, but also serves as a reminder of valuable insights ahead. The inspiring discussions held and the collaborative spirit that defines our community. PIMR also envisions progress with preservation, a digital shift for greener nation, no paper wasted, no trees harmed, scan and access with ease. And that is what the souvenir is about. I welcome the conference core team for the official release. I request the dignitaries to please join us for the release. The students who have also worked in the making of the souvenir, you're requested to join us on stage, please. कुछ है यहाँ पे जो चलना है, प्रयत्न से कहाँ है? कौन? Dr. Prayatna Jain. Dr. Prayatna Jain. The students from the souvenir committee. Please note that we've printed only the front page of the souvenir. The entire souvenir else is in the soft copy. I'll read this message again. This is the special thing about the souvenir of PIMR. So PIMR envisions progress with preservation, a digital shift for a greener nation, no paper wasted, no trees harmed, scan and access with ease, well around.
कोई बात नहीं सर, आई एम ओके। यार इतने फोटो, डोंट वरी, आई विल टेक इट। Hello. So this is the e-souvenir this time. The moment you will scan, you will get the e-copy as well to download. We'll share with every participant over the email as well. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Bajpai and Dr. Kavita Gemini. They are the coordinators of the case writing workshop. We are unveiling the case writing workshop here in the conference. Dr. Deepak Bajpai. The case writing workshop is designed to provide participants with a unique opportunity to engage in the real world problem solving. The workshop will provide hands-on experience and will bring together experts, educators, and professionals to foster creativity and collaboration. Let's give them a big hand. I now invite Dr. Rupal Chaudhary and her team for the official unveiling of the research methodology workshop that will soon be happening at PIMR. Last but surely not the least, we are thrilled to unveil the date of Picom 2026, that is the 21st International Conference on the theme Resilient Leadership for Sustainable Growth. And we are ready to share the official brochure for the next conference. I invite Dr. Anil Bajpai and his team to come up and join the dignitaries to unveil it. PIMR is also going. Meanwhile, CA Arpit Jain, the CEO of Arihant Capital Markets Limited, is with us. I request Dr. Nitin Girdharwal to welcome him. We are also delighted that Mr. Praneeth Maheshwari, COO Arihant Capital Markets Limited, and Ms. Kavita Jain, the research head from Arihant Capital Markets, have made it to this event. I request Dr. Manisha Singhai to please welcome them. Please give them a big round of applause. We still have the Indian Knowledge System brochure to be unveiled. This is to be organized by PIMR, Department of Liberal Arts and Sciences, UG Campus, in August 2025. The team is Dr. Sumita Sarkar, Jyotika Singh, Ashru Mitra, and supported by CMA CS Ravi Singh. Please welcome them. Can I request Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria to please welcome Ms. Kavita Jain from Arihant Capital Markets? Thank you, everyone. Now we come to the most anticipated and significant segment of our valedictory ceremony. It is time to acknowledge and celebrate those exceptional individuals who have made a lasting impact in their respective fields. The Young Leader Award is a recognition of his outstanding contributions, his ability to lead with passion and purpose, and his absolute commitment to making a difference in the world around him. We are honored to present the Young Leader Award 2025 to Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, the Managing Director of Case Construction Equipment, India and SAARC region at CNH Industrial. Before we present this award, let's delve deep into his life and career through this audiovisual.
Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi is the Managing Director for India and SAARC region for Case Construction, India's premium manufacturer of construction equipment and a wholly owned subsidiary of CNH Industrial NV. In his role at Case Construction, he is responsible for providing strategic direction and leadership to the operations as well as expanding the brand's presence in the region. Since joining CNH Industrial Group in 2012, Sir has taken on different positions at Case Construction. His deep understanding of the Indian market landscape, coupled with a passion for driving innovation, customer satisfaction, and sustainable business practices, boosts brand growth. Over the years, he has developed proficiency in business development, product and quality control, brand marketing, and dealer development areas. Having spent more than 15 years in the construction equipment industry, Mr. Chaturvedi is a dynamic and visionary leader with a proven track record of driving business growth and operational excellence. In his role, he creates synergy between various divisions to create strategies that can connect with the new age consumer. Prior to joining CNH Industrial, he worked at Larsen & Toubro in various roles. An alumnus of the Indian School of Business, he holds an MBA in Strategy and Marketing and a Bachelor of Technology in Mechanical Engineering. Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi has been celebrated with the prestigious 40 Under 40 Award, a testament to his remarkable leadership and contributions to the automotive sector in the year 2024. We welcome you, sir.
I request Dr. Pallavi Joshi Kapuria to cite the award, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, dignitaries. It's an absolute pleasure to present the citation for this award, which we are felicitating to Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi. Here it goes. Piyamar Young Leader Award hereby conferred upon Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi, Managing Director, India and SAARC region in recognition of his exceptional leadership in driving the growth and expansion of case construction equipment in India and SAARC region, overseeing strategic direction and operations. Proven expertise in business development, product and quality control, brand marketing and dealer development, contributing significantly to the company's success. Remarkable ability to create synergies across divisions and develop strategies that resonate with modern consumers, boosting operational excellence. Recognition with the prestigious 40 Under 40 Awards in 2024 for his outstanding contributions to the automotive and construction equipment sector. Visionary approach to innovation and sustainable business practices, helping Case Constructions grow its market presence and enhance customer satisfaction. So we are truly honored to have you here with us. May I request all the dignitaries to kindly do the honors and felicitate Mr. Chaturvedi with the PIMR Young Leader Award. Many, many congratulations, sir, on behalf of Prestige Group. So we now have the pleasure of hearing to the man of the moment himself. I would like to invite Mr. Shalabh Chaturvedi for his address. You are indeed a role model for the youth. Having so many accomplishments at this age is truly, truly inspiring for each person here sitting in the audience. Please, sir, stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, PICOM, for having me. Esteemed dignitaries, members on dais, Prestige Institute Management, members of the faculty, researchers. It's my honor to be present here today. If I see some of the heads down, checking on the score, I don't give you any, it's completely understandable. We are also having an enormous game happening and therefore as big as this event, that's happening too. Let me first give you some perspective from who I am representing and where I am coming from, so that you understand a bit more that where are my bearings. Case Construction, or CNH, is a brand of a global group held by Exor, which is the Fiat group as we commonly call it, is one of the largest industrial houses in the world, is among the top 10 groups in the world, with a total revenue in excess of $300 billion. We do Fiat, we do Jeep, we do Ferrari, we do The Economist, we do Juventus Football Club, if you know that. We do Maserati, we do New Holland Agriculture, we do Case Construction, we do Philips Medical Sciences, medical devices, all that's a part of the family. I am representing Case Construction here as the leader for India region. Case Construction has been in India for almost 35 years. We started with Larsen & Toubro in the late 70s as a technology partner. We used to sell diggers, which are known as Poclane machines commonly in India. Poclane is also a brand of Case Construction. We started making road rollers in Pithampur, very close to Indore in 1989. And the development that you have seen in India and the roads of India, I would say at least a third of the credit is taken by Case Construction, because we have maintained a 30% market share in the last 40 years. And of all the 6 lakh kilometer of roads in India, nearly a third can safely be assumed built by our machines. So that's where I am coming from. I'm very delighted to be present here for the Industry 5 seminar with all of you distinguished faculties, researchers. The transition from 4.0 to 5.0 is all about collaboration, is moving from automation to collaboration. As we started with cricket analogy, I mean, when we started watching cricket long time back, you were completely dependent on the umpire to call it out or not. And now you have the ball tracking system, you have the snickometer, you have all those technologies which are developed around that, which start giving you a support from a technology point of view. So that's automation for you. But the final decision, even in tricky moments, is still on the judgment of the umpire. Or you can also leave the brilliance to hit a 6 for his century. Yesterday, Josh Inglis hit that. Is again sheer human brilliance, is something which technology can't replace. And we'll see that probably today as well, as the human brilliance adds to the world enabled by technology. In my journey in this organization and earlier with Larsen & Toubro when we started, we used to make construction equipment which are like the road rollers, the backhoe loaders which are going on the market in the field, digging earth, making roads, making buildings, making institutes like Prestige Institute of Management. All that, the diggers that we manufacture. And when I started in this journey about 18 years ago, they were all very, primitive machines from where we see them today. They were hydraulic machines which had iron on it, and based on the skill of the operator, they used to, run the machine, sometimes missing on the crucial maintenances, missing on, or maybe there could be fuel theft, which used to happen in the Indian context, fuel being a very prized commodity. And as the technology has, this is the real world example of that. How technology through telematics, through being intelligent machines, the machine owner, if he's sitting in a room like this and the machine is operating somewhere else, on a tap of the mobile application, you can know what is the fuel consumption, how many hours the machine has run today, whether the operator is doing it properly or not. You can have perception built into it, whether the operator is overworked and is the operator sleeping on the wheel, which could be a health hazard, which could be an accident risk. So all that is a live demonstration of how we as an industry are benefiting from the research done by academia and collaborating that with the brilliance of human beings to create something more meaningful in a more collaborative way. Today morning we had, earlier today, we had Dr. Gurnani talk about Digi Yatra and how the entry at airports is becoming extremely smooth now. There is a lot of facial data which is getting collected. Now, there was also a research yesterday, I just read it, on the ethics around that. What do we do with that facial data? How do we control the entire ecosystem lies on the academicians, because you are just not observers, you are the architects of how the industry starts to behave in the real world. Another example of collaboration was again when Dr. Gurnani's, I think, citation was being read, and the Teams was not working properly. The sound wasn't coming, and the lady here, she was kind of struggling to find out which speaker to turn on. And then Dr. Jain sitting right next to me, he said that, why don't you put the mic there? Let the Teams run, but the mic would catch the sound of the laptop, no? And that's where you cannot replace automation or artificial intelligence without the human ingenuity. And that was happening right in front of me. So now, taking it forward from there, my closing thoughts is for the researchers, for the young students, as you are kind of pushing the boundaries, there is a lot of unknown there, out there. And we will never be sure of where we are getting into. This reminds me, when I was a young boy, my parents used to read to me Rusi Lok Kathaएं. And there was a line which left an indelible impression on me, which said that, जाओ वहां न जाने कहां, लाओ उसे न जाने किसे. And I think that is the forefront, the frontier of artificial intelligence, which is taking us to worlds which are completely unknown. And I would simply wish you all the best in enjoying the journey. The destination nobody knows, but I'm sure it will be very, very exciting. And with the collaboration from all of you from the academia, not as a spectator, not as an observer, but as the architects of how the world operates, I'm extremely confident and excited to see how the world shapes in front of us. As a last comment, if anybody knows the score, how are we doing? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chaturvedi. And there were a lot of takeaways from the speech that you just gave. And the best part was how technology has taken over the world, but human brilliance remains the same. So thank you so much for this takeaway. And heartiest congratulations on receiving this well-deserved award. And your leadership and vision have set remarkable standards in that industry. Thank you and congratulations. It is Prestige Institute's great pride and honor that we present the Outstanding Alumnus Award to Mr. Devesh Mohan, the Director of GSI Sales and a renowned sales and leadership coach. Mr. Mohan is an alumnus from the MBA batch 1998 to 2000. This prestigious award acknowledges those alumni whose achievements have not only set high standards in their professional careers, but also inspire future generations with their passion, innovation, and drive. Let's delve more into his life and career through this audiovisual.
Mr. Devesh Mohan is the Director of GSI Sales at Canonical, where he is responsible for building and scaling global GSI alliances. In this role, he drives revenue growth by creating new business models and go-to-market strategies, fostering joint innovation with partners, and supporting the delivery of open-source solutions. Prior to Canonical, he led the GSI business for SUSE, playing a pivotal role in the company's growth as the largest independent open-source company. He had successful stints in companies like Microfocus, Global Alliances, and Novell, where his leadership has been instrumental in building and leading high-performing sales teams, securing multi-million-dollar government contracts, and positioning IT solutions for various e-governance initiatives. A seasoned professional with over 20 years of experience in the IT industry, specializing in sales, leadership, and GSI management. Throughout his career, Mr. Mohan has worked across diverse verticals and geographies, gaining extensive expertise in sales operations, business development, and team leadership. He has successfully built operations from the ground up in new markets and crafted innovative sales and marketing strategies that have helped establish strong brand identities for his organizations. He holds an MBA in marketing and a BE in mechanical engineering, with further leadership training from INSEAD. His extensive experience and expertise makes him a valuable speaker and mentor, with 2 TEDx talks to his name. Mr. Devesh Mohan's leadership extends beyond corporate roles. He is the founding partner of Leadership KARD, a coaching organization focused on developing emerging leaders using actionable frameworks. His approach emphasizes self-management and effective leadership for organizational growth. He enjoys contributing to society through an NGO dedicated to educating underprivileged children. We welcome you, sir.
So it gives me immense pleasure to present the official citation for the award. Please be seated, sir. We'll just present the citation before we invite you for your talk. So here it goes. PIMR Outstanding Alumnus Award, hereby conferred upon Mr. Devesh Mohan, GSI Sales Leader and Leadership Coach, in recognition of his leadership in scaling global business strategies and alliances, contributing significantly to the growth of Canonical, SUSE, Microfocus and Novel. Expertise in establishing and growing the GSI business unit for SUSE, transforming it into largest independent open source company. Outstanding contributions to e-governance projects with the Government of India, enhancing automation and citizen services. Recognition as a thought leader and author of Build Your Sales Muscle, with its impact extending through TEDx talks and leadership coaching. Signed by Dr. Devesh Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation and Chancellor, Prestige University, Indore, and Dr. Sher Singh Bhakar, Group Director and Conference Chair, dated 22 and 23 February 2025, being presented at the 20th International Conference, Picom-25, being organized by Prestige Institute of Management and Research. Many congratulations to you, sir. I would request all the dignitaries on the dais to kindly felicitate Mr. Devesh Mohan. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This is indeed a great moment where we are felicitating our own alumnus with this award. So now is the time. We would like to hear from you, Mr. Devesh Mohan. Over to you. Many congratulations.
Thank you so much. So, I'm getting a bit emotional. I'm here back, probably most of the times I have been on the other side, listening to the dignitaries, and this time I have got a chance to be on the other side receiving the award from the dignitaries. Dr. Devesh Jain,
Professor S.S. Bhakar, and all the other dignitaries who are there, the professors and the students, dear students. It is an extreme privilege and sense of deep gratitude while I'm here on the stage and receiving this award. And it has been a journey for last 25 years while I have built my career, but the main foundation was given by this institute. I come from a tier 2 city where I never got a chance typically to speak in English when probably in the 90s, and there's a huge amount of fear in me in terms of that how I can speak in front of so many people. And I think that foundation to speak with a lot of people was given from Prestige. There were different projects which we had to do, and we have to present those projects in front of our professors. And I know I used to shiver. But yes, you are trembling, but you are there, just trying to say something. And God knows what I used to speak, but still there were at least some claps, which was a sense of motivation. And that led to what I was able to do in the future year. So definitely there is an immense respect and gratitude for the college which has given me that foundation, and probably that helped me to get 2 jobs, not 1. So that was also something which was probably one of the unique person in the college who would have got 2 jobs. And the journey has been great. There has been a lot of learnings. Definitely there have been more failures than success, but I think that failures built you what you are as an individual. So what I would like to say to our students here, that you have got the right foundation and on which you have to really build this up in terms of that how you can shine yourself in the corporate world or the enterprise wherever you are going to work, right? And जैसे कहते हैं कि डिग्रियां तो तालीम के खर्चे की रसीदें हैं, डिग्रियां तो तालीम के खर्चे की रसीदें हैं, इल्म तो आपके किरदार से झलकता है. So the point is that now you are in a stage where you have got your degrees, right? It is, you have got your talim, you have got your education, that is the foundation. Now it's time that you have to now become a 22-karat gold, for which you have to really work hard on whatever have been taught and use that knowledge, apply that knowledge so that you can create your own identity in the corporate world or as an entrepreneur, whatever you want to do in your life. And another piece which I would like to really share, that since last few years I have been engaging with the college quite more, and one of the reason has been that there has been a lot of alumni activities which are happening, and that's something which probably again all the students and academia and corporate connect which is there, it happens quite a lot if we have a very active alumni, because most of it's like you have a rich legacy. Probably there would be 15 to 20,000 alumni of Prestige now, and that's something is the power with which you can really build a great foundation for your future. So that's something which I think there has been really great work done with the college, while there has been Delhi chapter which I attended, where there were almost 70 odd colleagues of mine who were there. I heard that from Pranay that there have been few more chapters which were there, and I wish that we continue with that momentum and we have many more chapters, not in India but also abroad, because I know there from my batch only there is like 20% of the people who are outside country. So there can be so much which we could do with the alumni, and that's something which would be really great to see as we grow forward and really leverage the power of alumni by building that networking. Apart from that, while we are in this Picom 20th International Conference, and AI has been something which has been going round, and it has been one of the auspicious day for me because I'm with, sir, you said respected to me, but you are the guru for me. While we actually read the manufacturing resource planning, that was the subject which sir used to teach us in 1998-99, and actually when listening to CP Gurnani in my initial career, I was there with HCL, and he was one of the iconic leader within HCL. He worked with Parrot system, with which we created HCL Parrot. So that was okay, defining movement meeting two of the stalwarts at the same time. So that was really great for me. And while he talked about AI, I was just thinking that going back into the mythological part, you would have seen Lord Krishna's Sudarshan Chakra, right? The Sudarshan Chakra was very lethal weapon, and it was as precise to cut the head of anyone whom Lord Krishna wanted to be. But the key difference was Lord Krishna, because it was he who used to decide with his intent that when and at what circumstances that particular Sudarshan Chakra needs to be used. And I think that's a great analogy from an AI point of view. It's your servant. You have to use it to your benefit in terms of that how best you can use in terms of to really deliver what you could deliver. The dichotomy is that what happens that nowadays technology has made things so easy to be available. So what you could do, you can get your content very easily. You can get the delivery mechanism very easily. So while these things have become very easy, but the hardest part has become that how as an individual you can deliver the value to your customer or to someone who you are serving to, because the element of that giving that value has gone up drastically because the content is available so easily because of the help of the AI, right? So that's where we need to look upon that how you can use AI, and as Dr. Gurnani was talking about that from an individual point of view, it's much easier for you to use AI. So I would urge all the students here, I'm sure, how many of you use ChatGPT? Okay, great. And then there are some of the other tools. Have you used Perplexity AI? A lot of research things which could be done, right? In my times, there was no way I could have really worked on my speech. But today, there is a tool which is known as Orai AI, which you can use in terms of to see when you're speaking, then how many pauses you're taking in between, where are you fluttering, right? So all that can be done through AI in terms of to really become better in your speech. And likewise, you can make presentations, you can make videos through these AI tools. And as this is the next generation for the entrepreneurs, I think as you go in that field, probably these different AI tools can become your intern, who can be trained very quickly. This AI as your intern who is very smart, but doesn't have anything. So you have to train him, and you have to train him on daily basis in terms of giving him right prompts and right questions which you need to ask from them, and over a period of time he will become very smart in terms of to help you out. So that's the use of AI, at least from the individual point of view. You should start doing it, because if you will not adopt AI, someone else who is using AI would replace you. It's not AI who is going to replace you. It's the other person who use AI smartly is going to replace you. So that's something which is so important for us, so critical as for us to just take this advantage. And finally, thank you so much, and keep the prestige flag high, because prestige is above all, right? Prestige is above all. Thank you so much.
students, I'm sure Mr. Mohan's speech should be very inspiring for you all. And he rightly mentioned that lot of content is available to you these days, and you are really blessed to have such a vast content available in the form of AI. And it depends on you, how do you actually use it. And another thing, just I was thinking while he was giving a speech, and I'm sure a lot of you are imagining yourself to come here and give a speech later in your years. And we hope all of you to see here someday and give a speech like him right here. Thank you so much, Mr. Mohan, for your inspiring speech. Thank you so much. I'm truly delighted to present today's keynote speaker, someone whose contribution across multiple domains have earned him a remarkable reputation. We are truly honored to have with us Mr. Siddharth Rajhans, a distinguished diplomat, an inspiring professor, and a prominent global envoy at Prestige. Today, he is here to share his valuable perspectives with us, with his wealth of experience and insights. We are in for an enlightening session. But before, let's take a brief look through this video.
Mr. Siddharth Rajhans is a diplomat, professor, global envoy, Prestige Group. A global diplomat, a world-renowned multilateral diplomacy, international relations and public policy expert, a Harvard-educated technology educator and investor, management thought leader, adjunct professor, and a distinguished TED speaker. As a speaker across the tech and cultural fests of all major IITs and National Institutes of Technology since the last decade, he has garnered a huge fan base among Indian students, especially in the engineering domain. He is known for delivering original content that resonates deeply with the youth struggles. This is largely the reason for his social media popularity and his image as a youth icon. In his career spanning across Singapore, India and Silicon Valley, Siddharth has worked across the tech, policy and management spectrum. His work life has evolved from humble beginnings in the tech industry, including Apple Inc., to a startup experience as a mentor and serial investor, to finally moving towards a career in foreign services, international diplomacy and public administration with the UN and government. As a former technocrat, he heralded the entry of Apple into India with CEO Tim Cook at Apple's Arcade in Delhi in April 2023. This was the first time an Indian was called to inaugurate an Apple vertical globally. His work in diplomacy has been regarded as an industry standard in economic diplomacy, trade diplomacy, and multilateralism across bodies like the MEA, Government of India, United Nations and World Economic Forum. We welcome you, sir.
We would also like to share a small video in which Mr. Siddharth sir is inaugurating the Apple in India with CEO Tim Cook. Just have a look at this video as well. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Siddharth Rajhans to the stage for his keynote address.
Right here, right? So hi, good afternoon everyone, and thank you so much once again PIMR for having me. I'm really glad that I've been able to address you on both days, yesterday at the introduction ceremony as well as at the valedictory ceremony today, and I'm really glad that over the last 2 years I've been able to witness the growth of Picom. In its 20th edition this year, I think it's a milestone to be able to host so many international conferences year after year for 2 entire decades. So this also marks the completion of 2 glorious decades in publishing. So I think as a conference, congratulations to all of you on being able to accomplish this milestone. I'm really glad that we are having an entire conversation around the synergy of human and machines. I think this is one of the most pressing issues of this decade we call as Web 3.0, on which I threw some light yesterday. So first of all, thanks to all the incredible people on stage. Chairman and Chancellor of Prestige University, Davis sir, for always being such an incredible host. S.S. Bhakar sir, Group Director at PIMR, and the incredible people on stage, including Ajit Upadhyay sir, Prayatna sir, and everyone else who's been a part of the organizing teams. Intellectuals like Bajpai Saab, whom I had a lot of great time yesterday discussing a whole lot of international affairs. And the incredible people on stage, Arpit, who's just joined us, and the learned insights from Shalabh ji and Devesh ji. Devesh ji, I just observed your name is at the Venn diagram of 2 people on the stage, Chairman sir and Shiv Mohan sir. So Devesh Mohan sir, thank you so much for your insights. And Shiv Mohan Saab, a distinguished senior scientist at ISRO, whom you will be hearing in a few minutes. I met Shiv Mohan Saab around 10 years back at a conference, and one of the most incredible things was during Chandrayaan-1, he was one of the project directors and was responsible for detection of lunar ice. So I think we have really been able to set a illustrious bunch of people here at this entire conference that we have hosted. So there's a lot of interesting things happening in the world right now as we delve into Web 3.0. One of the most fundamental aspects is the promises it holds around how this synergy of human and machines is going to go forward. And I think when we talk of the entire Gen AI model, there are 2 words, Gen and AI, which of course means generative AI, but it also refers to your generation. Gen Z, Gen Alpha and Gen Beta, you are born in a generation of AI. And I think by the time you all pass out of college and start your careers, it will be an integral part of everything that you do at the workplace. And right now there is immense opportunity which you must not lose track of. I think बहुत कम बार ऐसा होता है when there is a gray zone in a technological leap that we take, and in that gray zone, in that Venn diagram is where some incredible innovation can happen. Some years ago, in the last decade, which we call as Web 2.0, there was a company called Trivago that came. I hope you all know that. There was a guy who came as, who was working as a VP with Trivago, and he came as the face of the ad. क्या आपने कभी ऑनलाइन होटल बुक किया है? होटल Trivago. What did Trivago do? If you have to define it in a single line, Trivago was like an aggregator for aggregators. It was a hyper aggregator model. So you had Make My Trip, you had GoIbibo, you had Yatra.com, you had all of these platforms, and along comes Trivago that helps you compare prices across all of these hotel booking platforms. I think the one challenge that Picom 2025 presents before every student here, every professional, every professor here, is an aggregator model for generative AI, a concept that is yet in a very nascent stage, spoken about in hush-hush corners in Silicon Valley. Right now you have some incredible models. You have ChatGPT by OpenAI, co-owned by Microsoft. You have Gemini by Google. You have Llama 3, now into a state called 3.7 or Meta AI. And you have Apple Intelligence, just announced last year in June at the Worldwide Developers Conference. So you have 4 platforms by 4 industry leading giants. An aggregator model for AI is what the world is working on right now. And there is a USP to each of these models. ChatGPT has been around for as long as you can imagine now. It has learned from human interactions and hence become smarter. Gemini, on the other hand, has the power of Google's web crawler. So therefore, Gemini has the entire search engine capability of a AI model. So if you have to search something on the internet, Gemini can provide a more insightful answer than a ChatGPT based response. Then you have Meta AI. Have you thought what is the USP of Meta AI? Meta AI, like in signature Zuckerberg style of giving a damn to data privacy, Meta AI has been incorporated into your WhatsApp and Instagram. That blue dot you see on your WhatsApp every single time you open it is Llama 3. It is reading through your chats and becoming smarter. So if you have to draft a WhatsApp reply or an email reply, try doing it with Gemini, try doing it with ChatGPT, and try Meta AI. You will see that Meta AI has learned through your style of communication and is able to deliver a more personalized form of response. So all of these AI models right now have a USP. And the future of this human-machine synergy lies at the ability to decode this gray area, my friends. So right now, we are at a time when you just heard our great friend, the CEO and former MD of Tech Mahindra, CP Gurnani Saab, very famously, he challenged Sam Altman when he had come to India, and he said that Indians are up to no good when it comes to building a language model, and their research around AI is still at a nascent stage. Gurnani Saab challenged him on Twitter in typical Silicon Valley fashion, like Donald Trump and Elon Musk do every single day these days. Gurnani Saab challenged him that we will build an AI model. And I think we are at a cusp of technological brilliance that the world is witnessing right now. There is a reason, doston, that there is a Sundar Pichai at Google, a Satya Nadella at Microsoft, a Shiv Nadar at HCL, an Arvind Krishna at IBM, a Shantanu Narayan at Adobe, and Ajay Banga at World Bank, including the CEO of a lesser known website called OnlyFans was also an Indian woman called Amrapali Gan. This just goes on to prove the absolute leadership of Indians at the tech forefront in the academic community, my friends. The Harvard that we often speak about, the Dean of Harvard Business School is Shrikant Datar Saab. The former Dean was Nitin Nohria Saab, including the institute that Surat Singh sir mentioned yesterday, Harvard College, the flagship institute established in 1636. The Danoff Dean of Harvard College is a man called Rakesh Khurana. I don't think you need a better testament of India's brilliance on the world stage right now. So I think we have all of the technical abilities. You all know of a company called Google. We spoke of the birth of Google yesterday. Google was restructured into another parent organization called Alphabet a couple years back by Larry Page and Sergey Brin. First, they made Sundar Pichai the CEO of Google. A few months down the line, Larry said that we want him to be the CEO of the entire property known as Alphabet. So Alphabet includes all of Google's verticals. That includes Google's R&D factory called X Labs. That includes Calico, California Life Company, Venture Capital, Nest, Fiber, Google, the bread and butter business, and Sidewalk Labs. Everything that Google owns. And in their inauguration letter, they wrote a founder's letter. There's a website called abc.xyz. Go home and check that out. In that they wrote, the reason why we think that Sundar is the perfect successor is because he has an encyclopedic knowledge of every Google product or service ever created. A metallurgical engineer from IIT Kharagpur goes on to lead the world's largest tech company. I think this is a testament of Indian brilliance. All of these platforms, not just DigiYatra, DigiLocker, and not just DigiLocker, all of these open source platforms we have been able to create. During COVID, we delved into a domain called vaccine diplomacy. Not only did we give Covishield and Covaxin to the rest of the world, we also created a website called CoWin, the world's largest DBMS for vaccine disbursement. And we made it open source. So not only did we give the vaccines, we also gave the website to be able to track the dosage of those vaccines globally, my friends. And not just that, I think whenever there is an argument about which political party did better, or whether it was a prime minister in the early 90s who brought the telecom revolution or the current PM without taking names, I think there will always be one thing that will stand out, and it is the power of the UPI, the Unified Payment Interface that we have created. Ask your friends abroad, anyone who's been able to transfer money over the last days, they struggle with two apps called Remitly and Wise, in which they, on the day one, they have to send like $1 and see if it reaches that account. And after that is approved, then they can send money. Whenever there is an ambassador from any of these foreign countries, from Germany or anywhere else, abhi kuch dinon mein there's an event in Delhi called the Raisina Dialogue. You know what they'll do? On day one, all of the world leaders and ambassadors from the so-called developed parts of the northern hemisphere will be taken to a sabji market in Delhi. And there, one of their ambassadors will take out a phone and scan a QR code and send money directly to the vegetable vendor's bank account. And they are all shocked how we have been able to accomplish that. UPI is one of our greatest technological producers over the last couple of years. And it has been adopted by other countries. Singapore, France, all of these countries have been able to adopt it. So I think when we talk of India's brilliance on the world stage, we are there. And I think now is the time for you all to identify that gray zone, the intersection, the aggregator models for AIs, because that is where the ideal human-machine interface can be created. Of course, there was a human element that we all discussed. The degradation of human values, of human productivity, of human intellect at the hands of AI must not happen. You all are seeing that we are living in a content generation, my friends. Today, I think for every youngster out here, creating content before writing a research paper is more important. Creating a reel about Picom 2025 is more important than writing an abstract about what happened at Picom 2025. So I think that is something that you must ponder upon. While creating content is great and it helps brands tap into a great advertising potential on the internet, you must also look beyond making quick money via advertising. Imagine if Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan and Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and Mokshagundam Vishweshwaraya were born in the Instagram generation. At Sriharikota, they would be making reels about the SLV3 project and about making bridges without doing the actual work. So focus on the actual work, the merit of the actual work, rather than the entire content outburst. You all saw what happened with India's Got Latent. So I don't think I need to say more about what I mean when over-dependence on content consumption happens. So I think that is one essential aspect. Of course, when we talk of the incredible things that are lined up, one of the more interesting aspects is about seeing how a domain that I come from, diplomacy and technology, are converging today. I think there are a lot of great areas, and I take this moment to congratulate the Prestige family, because you are all on your way to becoming a deemed university very soon. I think once that happens, there will be an abundance of these interdisciplinary courses. When we talk of governance today, one of the best areas where humans and machines synergize is called policy analytics. The marriage between data analytics, big data, and public policy. A domain that will create the future of governance. I think this is where this department called DOGE, or Department of Government Efficiency, is headed. The reason why Donald Trump, the tad bit lunatic leader of the free world, has given an open hand to a billionaire genius, Elon Musk, is for this reason. The creation of a Department of Government Efficiency, to be able to track every expense of the government, policy analytics. So I think this is the area that you must all focus on. And along this, there is an interesting thing, how diplomacy and technology are converging. Our own chairman, Sir Davish, sir, he has been speaking at a conference of the UN called the CSW, the Commission on the Status of Women, one of the flagship conferences apart from the General Assembly. So he has been speaking there since the 65th edition of the CSW, and this year it will be his 5th edition, speaking as a keynote speaker on the 13th of March this year at the 69th CSW. So I think you must all take note of it and congratulate on such incredible feats. So I think we are headed in a direction where a lot of these incredible convergences are just going to shape up. some of the areas that I wish to focus on via this entire conference. It's not just AI, my friends. The world is headed into some incredible directions. One of them, of course, is satellite internet. In a country like India, where we have such a huge population, I think you must understand that digital divide is one of our biggest enemies right now when we are headed towards so much digitalization, and laying down wires and cables is never going to help us address an important issue called last mile connectivity. So it's very important that satellite internet, we embrace technologies like these. AI again is not about some science fiction movie or about complex coding. Even that brick game you had rudimentary level AI capabilities. Even the 999 in one brick game back in the 90s would help, would figure out a way for you to stop making that pattern. So I think that has already been, we have come a long way from what we have accomplished there. Augmented reality, virtual reality, machine learning, deep learning, big data, the entire game-changing ability of data analytics. There is a reason why Sundar Pichai and Mark Zuckerberg were called to the US Senate a couple years back, my friends. While the senators were all in their 80s, unable to ask them any specific questions about what they were doing and how they were making money. There is a reason why every major product that comes out of Silicon Valley is served to you on a golden platter for free. Whenever the product or service is free, the consumer is not the consumer is the product, my friends. And that is an important takeaway from this entire conversation about the technologies that Silicon Valley is heralding right now. So of course, apart from that, we have incredible, some of the areas that you must take note of are computer vision, because of course, with all of these intelligent apps making our smartphones even smarter, computer vision is one area that the industry is working on right now. Of course, the intersection of quantum computing with cyber security is one essential area that we are working on right now. Another area, automation. It's called RPA these days, robotic process automation. So I think that is again an area that you must take note of, that the industry is currently focusing on. I think a convergence of all of these areas is where the future lies for human-machine synergy. So I think take note of that. Do not miss out the Indian element while you are focusing on the gray areas. Remember, we were one of the most indigenously developed intellectual civilizations of the world. For over 1,000 years, it were invading forces that made us go astray from our path. They say after Prithviraj Chauhan, and Prithviraj Chauhan was India's ruler in the 1100 AD. After Prithviraj Chauhan, the next indigenous head of state was Dr. Rajendra Prasad. So you must take note of the fact that for over 1,000 years, we were being intentionally diverted from the path that we were assigned. So every single time you have a moment to stand up for India, take that moment, embrace that moment, not just here. I think one of the best takeaways from this particular session, and especially with the presence of CP Gurnani Sahab, is to be able to stand up for India every single time there is a bully like an Elon Musk or a Sam Altman emerging on the internet. Because India's technological ability to solve for the human-machine interface is at its highest right now, and you must tap into that gray zone. So a couple years back, I was at a university in UK. I was there for my MCTP, a mid-career training program, without naming the university or the college where it was. There was a very great professor who has written a lot of books about the evolution of human beings and how it has delved into the modern society, without taking his name, but I think that hint is enough. He was speaking about a lot of great things about what our evolution journey has been like, and about the essence of being human, and about the essence of the basis of being human. So along this time, there were around 5,000 odd Europeans and so-called children from the first world sitting. I, of course, like it would happen in a conference like these, and of course, in foreign countries, our best friends are Pakistanis and Bangladeshis, so I was seated in a corner, as a poster boy of the third world with a bunch of our neighbors. And when he was addressing this audience, he just started speaking about amino acids, the building blocks of life, the building blocks of protein, he said. And he looked at the audience and asked them, I am sure you all know what amino acids are. And these 5,000 kids of the so-called Northern Hemisphere had no clue about it. And then, of course, he looked at us like we would have no clue, because in his eyes, we were all from a third grade education system from the so-called third world. And at that moment, I was confident enough to raise my hand. And I said, the amino acids you are asking are lysine, arginine, histidine, aspartic acid, glutamic acid, serine, thioridine, asparagine, glutamine, tyrosine, cysteine, glycine, avaline, valine, leucine, isoleucine, methionine, proline, phenylalanine, and tryptophan. And after this, I looked at my friends from the so-called first world and said to myself in my heart, UPSC for you all. So I think that sums up the ability of what Indian education system has stood for, what our UGC curriculum, the most hated NCERT curriculum, all of these incredible curriculum have done to the intellect of Indians. And I think this is an opportunity for you all to be able to shine every single time there is something great happening on the world stage that requires you to make sure India's presence is felt. So with that, thank you so much, PIMR, for hosting me, and good luck to all of you for Picom 2025. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat, and thank you. Thank you everyone on stage.
Now, while I was taking notes to say the key notes that you could, key takeaways that you could take off, and there was entire page that was filled up with all the information that sir has just shared, right from Tim Cook to Sundar Pichai to Donald Trump to Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, Google, Apple, Microsoft, everything was discussed. And I could make out that India is still working on AI and we are still the leaders in AI. Thank you so much, sir. We had a lot of things to learn from. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I'm truly delighted to present today's keynote speaker, someone whose contribution across multiple domains have earned him, I'm so sorry, I think I have turned the page, I'm so sorry. And with that, we have with us a leader whose vision and expertise have steered the growth of one of the most respected financial institutions in the country. Please join me in welcoming CA Arpit Jain, the dynamic Chief Executive Officer of Arihant Capital Markets Limited. Under his able leadership, Arihant Capital has not only expanded its horizon, but also had earned a stellar reputation for delivering excellence in the field of wealth management, investment advisory, and financial services. Let's learn more about Mr. Arpit Jain.
Mr. Arpit Jain is a chartered accountant, a strategic leader and innovator. He's a dynamic leader and is the driving force behind Arihant Capital, one of India's leading financial services companies. With over a decade of expertise in capital markets, investment banking, institutional broking, fintech and business development. As a visionary strategist, he leverages cutting-edge technology, data-driven insights and a customer-centric approach to fuel innovation and sustainable growth. He has been instrumental in expanding Arihant's footprint and strengthening its position in the financial sector. Under his leadership, Arihant Capital was listed on NSE and BSE and now serves over 2.5 lakh clients, 750 investment centers, 1,000 corporates and 120 institutions. The company's diversified brands, including Arihant Capital, Arihant Plus, AIFE and Electrum, reflect its commitment to financial growth and education. A mentor to aspiring professionals, Mr. Arpit Jain is passionate about empowering the next generation of finance leaders, bridging the gap between academia and industry, and fostering a culture of innovation and excellence. We welcome you, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here in Picom 5.0, 2025, sorry. And I really am honored and express my gratitude to be here. I welcome all the dignitaries, all the faculties, all the researchers who are part of this wonderful Picom session. And Mr. Bhaskar, sir, who is Group Director, Prestige Group, and Dr. Davis, sir, I think he's gone for some work, but yeah. I welcome everyone to this wonderful session here. So, we have spoken a lot about what's happening in the world and how human and technologies together coming and taking things forward. So in the finance world that we see, that we come from, I would like to give you what is really happening and what all opportunities are here for students, for all the faculty, how they can help the students in getting the new jobs and everything. So at Aryan, basically we have four major divisions that we work in. We provide a platform for retail clients to trade into markets. We provide portfolio management services. We provide platform to institutional clients to do research and execution with us. And we provide stock market education courses and wealth management services. So earlier, all these activities used to be more human nature, manpower driven. But with technology coming up, we are seeing that in Indian stock markets, almost 60% of the volumes today are happening through algo trading. And if I compare it with developed markets, it is almost 80%. It used to be 100% human volumes earlier. So that is how the world and that is how the whole finance industry is changing and transforming. So basically, it's all about embracing cutting-edge technology, integrating AI, which is artificial intelligence, machine learning, algorithm trading, to revolutionize the way we put trades. So, Industry 4.0 was all about digitization and smart automation. Industry 5.0 is about human intelligence, creativity, personalized decision making, augmented by AI and automation. AI decision making is now complementing human expertise rather than replacing it. Businesses are more becoming customer centric, using AI to analyze client behavior and provide personalized solutions. The demand for skilled professionals in fintech is at all-time high. So far, for students here, it is time to explore in AI-driven. There are a lot of new jobs that are emerging. Like Mr. Siddharth also mentioned, data analytics, algorithm, AI, all these things are emerging in a big way. And also there are a lot of other fields like quant researching, algo developers, data scientists, HFT engineers, AI/ML financial analyst, AI-driven risk and compliance analyst, and all these, etc. A lot of new opportunities which are coming up in the finance world. In terms of the way we are working at Aryan, we see a lot of not only just using data for execution of trades, but also in portfolio management and wealth management, where we are using AI, how we can maximize the client's return, how we can minimize the risks, where we can use the asset allocation logics which are automated rather than more emotional, because market is more about greed and fear, and how using technology we can out of all the emotional things and use logics to maintain everything. So that is how things are happening in the finance world, and it's an amazing and wonderful opportunity that every student can look and see, and it's just exploding. So it's wonderful to be part of PMR, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, on enlightening us on how to use technology and AI in wealth management. Thank you so much. We now arrive at a truly remarkable moment in today's valedictory session. It is with immense pride and deep respect that we present the Outstanding Space Scientist Award to Mr. Shiv Mohan, an exceptional individual who has contributed significantly to India's space exploration and the advancement of science and technology. But let's know more about him from this video.
Dr. Shiv Mohan is a distinguished Indian space scientist and educator, renowned for his expertise in microwave remote sensing. With over 33 years at the Indian Space Research Organization ISRO, he played a pivotal role in advancing radar remote sensing technologies in India. He led groundbreaking research initiatives, including international collaborations with JAXA, NASA, DLR, ESA and ASI, and he was instrumental in the development of India's first radar satellite, RISAT-1. His contributions to lunar exploration, particularly in water ice detection using Chandrayaan-1 SAR, have been widely recognized. Post-retirement, Dr. Mohan continued his research at the Physical Research Laboratory, focusing on lunar water ice detection and regolith depth modeling. Dr. Mohan has held key leadership positions at ISRO and PRL, contributing to missions like Chandrayaan-1, Chandrayaan-2 and India's upcoming Venus mission. As the founder chair of the IEEE GRSS Gujarat chapter, he has significantly shaped India's geoscience and remote sensing community. With over 320 research papers, 3 authored books and mentorship of numerous scholars, he remains a thought leader in his field. His contributions have left a lasting impact on India's space programs, setting new benchmarks in remote sensing research and innovation. He continues to inspire future scientists as a visiting professor and research mentor. Dr. Mohan has received several prestigious awards, including the Indian National Remote Sensing Award 1995 and the IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society Outstanding Service Award 2022. We welcome you, sir.
So it gives me immense pleasure to present the official citation for such a renowned veteran of space sector. So here goes the citation. Outstanding Space Scientist Award, hereby conferred upon Dr. Shiv Mohan, renowned space scientist and educator, in recognition of his groundbreaking contributions in the field of microwave remote sensing, particularly in space applications, including the development of India's first radar satellite, RISAT, pioneer work on lunar water ice detection and regolith depth modeling using dual frequency microwave data, post-retirement at the Physical Research Laboratory, RPL. Physical Research Laboratory, PRL. Prolific academic contributions, authoring over 320 research papers and guiding numerous postgraduate and PhD dissertations. His books include Radar Remote Sensing, ISRO 1991, Chandrayaan, SAR, Lombard Publishers, Germany, 2012, and Smart Buildings and Cities Through Remote Sensing, Taylor and Francis, USA, 2025. Distinguished service and recognition through awards such as the Indian National Remote Sensing Award in the year 1995, IEEE Geoscience and Remote Sensing Society Outstanding Service Award 2022, and Outstanding Reviewer Award from Elsevier 2015. Signed by Dr. Deepak Jain, Chairman, Prestige Education Foundation, Chancellor, Prestige University, Indore, and Dr. Sher Singh Bhakar, Group Director and Conference Chair, dated 22 and 23 February 2025, presented at the 20th International Conference, Picom-25, being organized by Prestige Institute of Management and Research. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge round of applause. Dignitaries on the dais to kindly do the honors and felicitate Dr. Shiv Mohan. तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट आसमान को छूना चाहिए. Many congratulations, sir, on behalf of Prestige Group. We would request Dr. Shiv Mohan to kindly address us with his words of wisdom. Presentation. Over to you.
Shiv Mohan. Okay. Good evening, and thank you for inviting me in this Picom 2025 conference. And a surprise to me, a award also is given to me on this occasion. It's just a surprise. I didn't know one more thing is for me. In fact, I retired in 2011, and I thought my journey is over and say bye-bye to government. And suddenly there was a, you can say, the offer from UN that why don't you teach to as a faculty in UN. I took some courses and I had to visit a lot to foreign countries which my family didn't permit me to go so often. In the meantime, PRL Physical Research Laboratory, they invited me that why don't you do your research, continue your research work at our place. So it happened that when you think it is over, but in reality it was not over. Once PRL is over, then the universities invited me to be a visiting faculty and do the teaching in those institutes. So with that reference, I thought it is not over, but the award, you know, what happened, 22, I was invited in Malaysia for the international award. So I thought award is also coming along with my assignment in my day-to-day life.
and this is also adding my award. So I'm thankful to Picom, recognize me for my contribution which I did as a part of my government duty. You know, I never thought that I will be getting something out of that. So it's just a dedication to my work, that's all, nothing more. Now just brief summary I did. I just told you that you never know what is written for you, and you never know what is likely to come even very near future. So let me just have my journey as a scientist or a technologist when I didn't have any education. Education was primarily your basic physics, and which includes few principles of physics, few instruments you can operate. Instrumentation interaction during your education is through instruction manual. In your PhD, you have to understand what instrument does and read manual, and then you do some experiment if you are a experimental physicist. And then if you organization like ISRO, which is mainly technology, so I found myself unfit that how I will interact with these machines. Initially the work was to understand what the images are coming from satellite and how to interpret, because before my joining, interpretation was done visually like photograph. So first job is you try to do it in a digital sense, that you need not to interact with the image directly, you interact through computer. So that means I have to learn the computer language, which I learned during my initial few months. There was a book by some professor IIT, he wrote a book on the Fortran 4 language, which was in fact available in our library, and I read it. So going back is it's not going back. Oh, first, no, for that. So my interaction was this, no, that deck. I don't know how many have seen this deck. Oh, okay. So how I interact with the computer, most knowledgeable, real work you have done with your real interaction with the machine. You start from this deck. That means I am not allowed to enter to the computer system. I have to give this kind of deck. This deck contains my instruction what computer should do for me. So that means I myself is the interface for giving my information to the computer. And this deck is read by the computer. ISRO didn't have computer, we had to going some IIM and PRL laboratory for running our programs. So interface is, you yourself is one of the interface. And this deck will tell you what you have done. Evening, when you get a result, you will get something like your front movement. Where is that? Okay, here. You get something thick paper which will say what were your errors. You have added one comma, or your logic, your flow chart, what you have done, or it's not taking input, you have defined as a variable. So these are integer, and all those things we have to understand. That means I should understand how computer will learn from this DEX. Very tough task. And once it comes back, how to make the image out of that. What we thought that image, now my job was, next is, okay. I get my information when my deck will go into the system and when I will get back. There is some knowledge that your return will come by evening. So you have to wait by evening. And then which one you are saying? Okay. And I have detected a circle in my image. You can see a circle in between something white. So that detection, I was very happy. At least some shape I am able to get from this my digital image processing. Afterwards, this branch itself became digital image processing. So I was not successfully able to do with simulation, but with the image, you can see on this side, image is there. And from that, I detected this, sorry, back is, okay. And, okay, you can see one circle, yeah, dark circle. So how this dark means, when it is a dark point on the image, you give a word C. Bright point, you don't give anything, it will be blank. So that way we decided how to do the gray level changes in my printout. And this was one of our successful digital image processing branch, which became independently some engineering branch. Now, subsequently, we started getting error in my data set. Means there was no quality check on the data set. So we won't be able to see how the results are coming. So on left side, you will see that there is an image which is dark one. Right side, it is a bright one. What I have done, nothing. It's a human intelligence that illumination is not happening properly across the swath of the area. Because if illumination is equal, then you will get back the equal intensity. So we did it through software itself. And this was one of the good things, that any error in the image, satellite images, we will be able to correct. We need not to tell user our satellite is not working. We will be telling everything is perfect. We give this kind of images, and this helps us a lot in terms of our own understanding how we should go ahead in this direction. Subsequently, there was system like Windows and other touch screen, they started coming. My task become very easy. That means I give input, I do some interaction through screen, and I get back my results in a different form, the way I want. But limitation was that I cannot have more than 512 kilobytes data at a time. I cannot process. System engineer doesn't allow. So you have to do piece by piece and see how result is working. So, okay. And I started creating colored images. That means you create images in such a way, some part become red, some part become green. Instead of gray shade, you give the color. And we started getting the colored image and results in terms of. So my interface remains same. That means on one side, my own knowledge, where I myself was the person. Left side, right side was the system which was unknown to me, but I know how it works. And in between HMI, human machine interface, myself was working as an interface. Now over the years, what changes is this HMI has changed. Now, for example, I have to give my result. So that means I know very well what kind of interfaces have come. You have touch screen, mainly that is playing role, and some instruction, some buttons, some icons. Something you press, your image will be rather more sharp. Something you press, it will become dull. Something you press, it will be adding noise to the data set. So everything is possible. Now, the thing which I just now showed, it took couple of years. Now with the enhancement in the technology on this interface, what has happened, things have changed a bit. That means my system is this only, one screen. I can see your whole Indore for last 20 years, how much it has changed through satellite data, and that is done in the 10. Some transformation is there. That means I can first find out how much in this area, what is, I give some colors to everything. Suppose I give red colors to the green vegetation, some color to something. So it becomes just a few minutes I can create these kind of images, which was happening a couple of years I used to take doing all those things. I can create third dimension now from that 2D data, or I can collect 3D data also. So this is means enhancement of my technology, image processing or data acquisition system. And also ability to look in the night for many applications, which was one of the requirement. When you go in the technology, you present that next we want this, so you have to show how successfully you can be. So night vision kind of cameras we have. And also through clouds. One of the meeting in which we presented that our Indian remote sensing satellite are not able to produce images in the Kharif season. So we cannot give any information of the growth of the crop. So we started working what are the waves which penetrate through the clouds, and radar waves are penetrating through the clouds, and signal comes back, we collect and provide the information of the crop type or any disaster management and all those things. Importance is that the government understood, but funding was a problem. So it took couple of years for radar remote sensing to be evolved as a program. One of the meeting I said that this is disaster management. When flood is there, you have to give information immediately. There's no point in giving after clouds are not there, because it is mostly cloudy conditions. So it was okay, it is your nice idea, but we don't have money to give you that 300 crores. So technology existed, mind setting was there, but unfortunately money was limited at that time, or our political will were not too, because Charan Singh and all those kind of ministers we have faced. So they say, no, you do spend money on the agriculture ground instead of satellite. So something is, that's a vision of the government, and as a technologist we keep on doing. We detected the places or where the, with the technology, that how the road conditions are there. There are a lot of subsidence in the coal mining area. So we do demonstrate such kind of thing, that why we need a technology for doing certain thing. And when you do the technology, in that period, many technologists, they develop their own domain, like the cloud-based services we started getting in the, I think 2010 or 2015 onward, cloud-based services. And I just thought, earlier I was taking some 10 years, now I can take few. Next is, this is also cloud-based. Next, Indore, I just checked. I am trying, you see the years on the corner, this corner, 23, 25, 26 to 25. I just wanted to see how the growth is happening in the city. And it took only half an hour, not much time. Satellite data acquisition, getting in the cloud platform, and doing the analysis. So HMI interface has given me a lot of opportunity to do lot of things. Within a few days you can do a lot of things. Now what thought comes to you, that I should have been born in this area to do, if I want to do more work. So ERA is available to all those youngsters, which thought, which I came in my mind, that you can do the, mostly the thing, that you have to understand the technology, you have to understand the machine, and you have to understand the what algorithm or what model you want to do it. And that different kind of platform today for the, on the cloud based. And I myself has proposed one platform for the cloud based services for 1 year for Indian student, free of cost. And you can develop anything on that cloud platform. It was available for last year, and this year also it will be continuing. Now, future is basically little more what I anticipate, that we are doing the true interface which doesn't recognize my mind setting, doesn't recognize anything. So I have to understand again machine in order to give my instruction to the computer. Secondly, some of the recognition can be done using modern tool like GPT and AI. And there, what is advantage? I give my instruction to ChatGPT that I want to get a flood model for Ahmedabad area. It will give me 5 codes, run that on a cloud-based model, and I get flood map. So up to that extent, things are available today. Community may or may not be knowing that many things are available which you can do it, but more is required to be done, because everything is not so easy, because you have to understand algorithm, which is one of the most important requirement. Other is you have to understand which data, you have to instruct that what data I want. Data is available freely, fortunately, for many applications. So, but our efforts is mostly that we should behave with the machine as if I am talking to a computer system. Instead of giving my instruction, instead of giving my, everything should be in terms of talking. He should understand my language and I should understand that language. Up to that limit is the ultimate vision, but how much we reach, it depends on what are the technological advancement. Now, those who are youngsters, those who are from industry, the government is giving a lot of scope on this interface. What is, there's a venture capital of 1,000 crore to support space industry. That means you take any part of this, what I have told you story, or any hardware development, there's a lot of money available as a venture capital from the government, and there's a space startup initiative, which is in space, is the company of the government, government company. They authorize many industries for many activities, and they have recently released a fund of not dollar, 500 crore. So anybody can apply. It is openly available on the internet. You can just search in space funds availability for the startup, and you submit your proposal, and if it is approved, you get the funding for that. So today there is a scope. There is a scope of even supporting by the government, and there are a lot of buyers and lot of technologists are available, because I am teaching for now more than a decade, and I see that everybody is getting employed in that area of research. So ultimately it is open for you, and additionally the AI is becoming a tool which is adding to this capability. Now, unless you write that I will use AI in my startup, you may get less kind of support. I tell you now AI business little differently. I learned AI in early, when I started my own career. What was that AI? It was a computer system which should recognize many kind of targets on my image. It should tell this is water body, this is human, this is a building. That is also AI model. We were calling is unsupervised or supervised classification. Same thing has come now as a AI part. Things are same, it's nothing like umbrella has changed, but what happened, one of my known person, he submitted a proposal, unsupervised classification he will do, it was not accepted. And he asked my help, I said you just change this unsupervised to AI model we will be using, machine learning we will be using, and same proposal gets accepted. Those who are accepting or rejecting, they are given instruction that AI and machine learning should be part of their work. So many things are not new, but umbrella has been changed. Like classification umbrella from supervised classification to the AI learning models or a machine learning models. Things are, because there's new science, it is a technology which has been changed under same configuration. So with this, I think I will say it is kind of picture which tells everything, that how you should interact and what we are looking for and what you are. Now this is basically earth science, and same thing if you apply to the other planetary surfaces. For example, scientists, they work on the data set of various planets, and you mimic that data and compare with the earth data, you get a one more kind of discipline which is also equally important and which takes input from all these models what I have discussed. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, I will be responding. Okay, thank you. Should I question any? Or
Anyone has a question to be put up to him? Any questions that the audience wants to ask to? Yeah. There.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir. I'm Dr. Shumita here. Can you hear me? Sir, I'm a social scientist. I do not know your area at all, but I was intrigued the way you presented the whole concept, and I'm sure that you tried to simplify it for the whole audience with a diversified discipline. I'm sure about that. Just it's a layman's question to you. You shared a graphic presentation of the Indore city. Okay, I'm wondering, from my side, I know nothing, and I just saw that you said that this is a graphic presentation. I'm just wondering, that could be recreated intentionally if I want to, say, create something like which does not exist, say, rainy weather, too much rainy weather, or too much muddy area, or say lack of trees. You know, so if this is so, can this be used as against of the content?
How much money or how many trees or how many trees.
Right.
And you can do free of cost, freely available platform, freely available data.
Yes.
And you just go to the site, get yourself registered and say Indore. It will ask which location, Indore. You select your area of interest. Within Indore, I have selected NH42. You can select any area within that.
Right.
And then you ask for because you are layman, you ask what you are looking for, urban, vegetation,
yes, yes,
crop or soil. You put a tick on that and it will give you result.
Okay.
You want for last 10 years, you say timeline from 2014 to 2025. Yearly or weekly or so specify. And everything is done within half an hour.
Okay, sir, this is the order I give, and I get a natural selection of the actual slides, the photograph I get, right? Can this be recreated something which does not exist? Like say more of vegetation or lack of vegetation or a rainy season?
No, you cannot simulate a condition. It will tell you, it is a photograph.
Because that can target to the sensitization of fear of, we can be the victim. If it is not so, it can be created, then we become the victim. Somebody can portray us wrongly, that's what I'm trying to say.
No. It is a real picture of your location, and on that basis, it is telling something.
Okay.
What is in reality in your location.
So that's a real impression. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, satellite picture, nobody can manipulate on that. But
I was just thinking of the, politicization of that kind of attempt.
That cannot happen because there is not one satellite.
Okay.
There are hundred of satellites. If that fellow is telling lie, other is telling.
Thank you, sir.
Thing. So there's nothing happens.
Yes, sir.
And, yeah.
You can do that.
And the website is called Vedas. So Vedas is the abbreviation. It is visualization of Earth data observation and archival system. So I think vedas.sac.gov.in. So उसमें जाके आपको, it is the world's largest inventory of satellite imagery, geospatial data, free of cost, uploaded by ISRO. So anybody can access.
Any more questions? Okay. Thank you so much for that inspiring speech, sir. I'm sure it must be quite challenging for you moving from that era to this AI era. We all are truly inspired from you. Thank you so much for this lovely speech. Before we move to our next section, Mr. Shalup Chaturvedi had some prior engagements and has to leave this ceremony now. And we'll be thankful to you, sir, for your gracious presence and looking forward for many such interactions with you. Can I request Dr. Subramaniam Iyer to present a memento to him? A big round of applause, please, everyone. If you can wait, we'll be on. Please have. Thank you once again, Mr. Chaturvedi. We're looking forward for your presence here again. Thank you. I'm sure a lot of you are still waiting for the results of the PhD contest and the research papers that you've present and the gold medals. So at Prestige, we have a tradition of honoring all our outstanding individuals, whether they are students or faculty members. This brings us to another section of this event, the award ceremony. To conduct the award ceremony, I invite Dr. Swati Rai on stage.
Thank you so much, ma'am. A very warm good evening to this galaxy of intellectuals, distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais and off the dais, esteemed session chairs, respected delegates, esteemed colleagues, dear students, and all our participants at Picom 2025. I extend with all my heart a bow to this galaxy of intellectuals who have graced with their esteemed presence and remarkable contributions, enriching this 2 days Picom 25 at 20th International Conference on Redefining Business Transformation, Human-Machine Synergy in the Era of Industry 5.0. Over the last 2 days, we have witnessed groundbreaking research, innovative ideas, and insightful discussions that have indeed inspired us all. Picom 2025 is a testament to the best of minds at work, presenting and sharing their ideas and reinstating the essence of collective learning and discourse. Today is not just about the culmination of our sessions, but about celebrating the excellence, dedication, and passion that each participant has brought to this gathering. As we reach the final segment of our conference, it's time to celebrate excellence and to honor the contributions of the brilliant minds, our dedicated researchers, committed scholars, determined educators, and hard-working students whose hard work and commitment to research and academics has contributed to the advancement of knowledge and brought laurels. Let us now come together to acknowledge the exceptional achievements in research and academics and celebrate the best of what we have accomplished. Without further ado, let's begin this most awaited award ceremony. Research is what I'm doing when I don't know what I'm doing. The first award of the evening is the Best PhD Contest Award. Pursuing PhD is like navigating uncharted territories in the pursuit of knowledge with dedication, hard work, and perseverance. The PhD contest was a platform for young, innovative researchers to showcase their cutting-edge research and scientific contributions they are making in their respective fields. This award recognizes individuals who has demonstrated outstanding originality, depth of research, and an exceptional ability to present her ideas. The competition witnessed equally innovative ideas and brilliant research, competing hard to stand out. But the winner of the PhD contest award not only stood out in terms of academic rigor of her research, but also her ability to communicate complex ideas clearly and concisely. So before I announce the name of the winner, I would like to humbly request the esteemed dignitaries and guests to kindly come forward for felicitating the awardees and motivating them for doing better in future as well. I'm excited and elated to announce that the award for the best PhD contest goes to Dr. Jyoti Laljani on her topic, Analysis of Dividend Policies in Selected Automobile Companies. Dr. Jyoti is a research scholar at Department of Commerce and Management, KSKV Kutch University, Kutch, Gujarat, India. Let's give a big round of applause once again for the outstanding achievement of Dr. Jyoti. After this is the segment for the award for the best research paper from paper presentation tracks. As a part of this conference, we had variety of papers presented in 20 tracks on both the days. And now it is my pleasure to announce the recipients of the best research paper from paper presentation tracks. For the day 1 tracks, for the Law 1 session, the award goes to Mr. Shamir Khan and Dr. Gopal Garg for their paper titled Application of AI in Courtroom Practices and Challenges. I request the other awardees also to be here near the stage. For the finance track, the award goes to Dr. Nitin Tater and Ms. Suhani Joshi Bilore for their paper titled A Bibliometric Analysis on FinTech Innovative and Banking Profitability. Big round of applause for all the awardees. For the General Management track, the award goes to Dr. Divya Juneja and Dr. Sukhjit Matharu for their paper Reconceptualizing Startup Performance Scale Development. For Marketing 1, the award goes to Dr. Bharti Malukani, Dr. Avni Trivedi and Dr. Manisha Bhatnagar for their paper Leveraging Predictive Analysis for Enhanced Customer Retention in E-commerce Sector. We have here Dr. Sukhjit Matharu. The next is for Dr. Bharti Malukani, Dr. Avni Trivedi and Dr. Manisha Bhatnagar. This is the most awaited segment, तो तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. Then I request for the HRM track. The award goes to Dr. Sachin Batra and Dr. Ashish Rastogi for their paper titled A Deep Dive into Algorithmic HRM, Exploring the What, Why and How. From day 2, on day 2 we had 3 student tracks. For student track 1, the best paper presentation award goes to Mr. Siddharth Rahine, Mr. Deval Sharma, Mr. Aditya Srivastav, Mr. Prakhar Sharma for their paper Sector-Wise Analysis of Stock Prices, a comparative study with reference to the Indian stock market. For student track 2, the award goes to Dr. Manisha Singhai and Ms. Aditi Khare for their paper A Study on Social Intelligence of Senior Secondary Students in Madhya Pradesh. And for student track 3, a big round of applause for all the winners of the student tracks. For student track 3, Dr. Shalu Kotwani and Mr. Pulkit Patodi for their paper titled A Predictive Modeling Framework for Indian IT Stocks, Integrating Fundamental and Technical Indicators. I once again invite for marketing track Dr. Bharti Malukani, Dr. Avni Trivedi and Dr. Manisha Bhatnagar. Thereafter, for IT track, the award goes to Dr. Deepali Sarvate for her paper titled IoT-based efficient battery thermal management system, and Indian fire cases on EV. Followed by, for the marketing track 1, the award goes to Mr. Manish Satpal and Ms. Satnam Ubeja for their paper titled Ethical Considerations in AI-Driven Digital Marketing, a review of need for responsible implementation. For marketing track 2, the award goes to Dr. Vipin Chaudhary, Dr. Rashmi Gharia, Dr. Shweta Mogre, Dr. Avni Trivedi for their paper titled Bibliometric Insight into Peer-Reviewed Literature on AI and Talent Acquisition. For marketing track 3, the award goes to Mr. Saidev Srivastava, Dr. Pragya Kesri for their paper titled Effective Social Media Marketing on Consumer Brand Trust, Insights from Bibliometric Analysis. Followed by Finance Track 1, for which the award goes to Dr. Nitin Tante, Dr. Shalu Kotwani for their paper titled Tracing the Imprints of the Behavioral Biases in Traders' Decision-Making Process through Bibliometric Lens. For Finance Track 2, the award goes to Dr. Vidya Telang, Dr. Timsi Kapoor, Dr. Bindya Goyal for their paper titled The Impact of Financial Digitization on Banking Profitability. For Finance Track 3, the best paper goes to Mr. Amitabh Joshi, Mr. Sumit Zokarkar for their paper titled A Study of Commodities and Institutional Investments on Stock Market using ARIMA Method. For Human Resource Track 1, the award goes to Dr. Kavita Jaimini, Dr. Chanchala Jain for their paper titled A Study on Role of Employee Perception in Shaping Innovative Work Behavior. For HR Track 2, the award for Best Paper goes to Ms. Pooja Ludhiani and Dr. Anukul M. Hyde for their paper titled A Study of Organizational Commitment in FMCG Sector in India. A big round of applause for all the awardees, please. For the Law Track 2, the award goes to Mrs. Sayali Bandi and Ms. Trisha Jain for their paper titled Neuro Rights in the Age of Symbiotic Systems, Ethical and Legal Challenges of Brain-Computer Interfaces in Human-Machine Synergy. For Law Track 3, the award goes to Ms. Anam Mishra, Ms. Tanishka Gora for their paper titled Regulating AI in India, a critical analysis of Digital Personal Data Protection Act and its governance. And for the Business Analytics track, the award goes to Dr. Shada Haryani, Dr. Sukhjeet Kaur Matharu, Dr. Chetan Nagar and Dr. Sumit Jain for their paper titled Perception of Online Sellers of Small and Medium Enterprises Towards Online Selling at Personal Web Store and Marketplace, a Comparative Study. For Operations track, the best paper goes to Ms. Isha Joshi for her paper on BRICS. I would like to once again for IT track, the best paper award goes to Ms. Harshita Bharadwaj, Mimansa Anand and Dr. Deepti Bajpai for their paper on a bibliometric analysis on the application of AI in cyber security. All the winners of this award have indeed demonstrated remarkable level of expertise, creativity, and dedication in their research work. Let us all congratulate them once again on this well-deserved recognition with a big round of applause. I request the guests to please stay here for the next round, which is the Gold Medal Award for the batches of the academic year 2023 and 2024. This is Ms. Ayali Bandi and Ms. Trisha Jain for their best paper in law track. A big round of applause once again for all the winners. So now is the time to celebrate the excellence and to acknowledge the outstanding academic achievements of our students. The toppers of the academic year 2023 and 2024 will be awarded with the gold medal, and it is my great honor to announce the names of the students who have achieved this highest academic distinction in their respective programs. We begin with the gold medal awardees of postgraduate campus. For MBA full-time, Shri Mohanlal Bhagat Memorial Gold Medal goes to Kashish Chhabra. For MBA full-time finance major, Shri Ashish Goel Memorial Gold Medal goes again to Ms. Kashish Chhabra. I request all the students to please come here to receive their gold medals. If parents want to accompany their child, they can also come here on this stage. MBA full-time HR major, PIMR Staff Gold Medal goes to Shruti Maheshwari. Big round of applause for all the gold medalists. MBA full-time Marketing Major, PIMR Faculty Gold Medal goes to Ashish Jhirwal. MBA Shri Vishal Bhagat Memorial Gold Medal goes to Riya Sharma. MBA Marketing Management, PEF Gold Medal goes to Suhani Tarvecha. MBA IB, PIMR Gold Medal goes to Shushti Gaur. MBA PA, PIMR Gold Medal of Personal Administration goes to Yatishi Vaishnav. MBA APR, PIMR Alumni Gold Medal goes to Vedant Bothra. MBA Full Finance Trade First Year, Shri Mohanlal Bhagat, cash prize of 1000 goes to Kishita Nagpal. All the gold medalists sincerely need your encouragement and also your motivation. So a big round of applause please for all of them. After this, the gold medalist for Law Campus, please be ready. For the LLM postgraduate course, Shri Manmat Patni Memorial Gold Medal goes to Shivendra Singh Chauhan. LLB 3 years, Shri Chavi Jain Memorial Gold Medal goes to Samar Rai. BBA LLB PEF Director Gold Medal goes to Palak Goyal. BCom LLB PIMR Founder Chairman's Gold Medal goes to Aanchal Avasthi. BA LLB PEF Gold Medal goes to Poonshri Sharma. I request the law campus gold medalists to please wait for some time. Meanwhile, the PIMR PG campus gold medals are being distributed. All the gold medalists are requested to receive their gold medals from dignitaries, and they can collect their certificates from the backstage. I request the gold medalists to please receive their gold medals from the dignitaries and receive their certificates from the backstage. From the law campus, I once again invite for LLM Shivendra Singh Chauhan, for LLB 3 years course, gold medal. This is Samar Rai receiving his gold medal. A big round of applause for all the gold medalists, please. They have worked all through 3 years, 2 years and 5-year courses to reach this level of receiving the gold medal. After this, I request the UG students to please line up for their gold medal awards. BCA PIMR Fraternity Gold Medal goes to Ayushi Agrawal. BBA PIMR Chairman's Gold Medal Award goes to Ms. Nitya Jain. BBA FT PEF Treasurer Gold Medal goes to Advait Daftari. BCom Honours PIMR Vice Chairman's Gold Medal goes to Sameer Raheja. BAJMC Srimati Prakashwanti Memorial Gold Medal goes to Priyanshi Sharma. I once again request you all to please give a huge round of applause for all these academic toppers. We congratulate once again to all the gold medalists for their hard work and perseverance, which has truly paid off, and they have brought laurels not only to the institution but also to their parents. After this is the time to felicitate the students of undergraduate campus for receiving the value-added certification courses. I invite Ms. Bhavya Jain for the certificate Tele Level 1. She is from BBA second semester. Her certificate course coordinator is Dr. Manoj Raghuvanshi, Ms. Bhavya Jain. Ms. Maria Zia for Tele Level 2 from BBA fourth semester. Ms. Shreshti Mittal for ACCA certification. Ms. Namami Verma for ACCA certification. Ms. Kashvi Jain for ACCA certification. And Shrushti Jain for NISM Mutual Fund Series 5 certification. I request all these students to please come on the stage to receive their certificates. The future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. Once again, let's give a big round of applause to all our awardees for today's evening. I would like to now hand over the further proceedings to Ms. Rashmi with reiterating the words of Jimmy Johnson. The difference between ordinary and extraordinary is that little extra. Thank you so much.
Anyone else is anyone still remaining to receive the certificate? And now we've come to the final chapter of this enriching international conference. As we stand here on the cusp of closing this momentous exchange of knowledge and collaboration, a tinge of bittersweetness fills the air. We are thrilled by the vibrant discussions, insightful ideas, and lasting connections forged over the past 2 days, but also aware that the new journeys beckons us beyond this room. To celebrate this extraordinary journey and carry a piece of this experience with you, we have prepared special mementos for our esteemed guests. These tokens are not merely objects, but symbols of intellectual feast that we shared, the bond that we built, and the collective growth we achieved. We begin with our esteemed guest, Mr. Shiv Mohan, whose inspiring presence set the tone for our conference. I now request Dr. S.S. Bhakar, our Group Director, to present a memento. The audience, please clap for him. So please accept this memento as a token of our sincere appreciation for your invaluable guidance and contribution. We will also remain grateful to Mr. Devesh Mohan for his time and presence. I request Dr. Anukul Hait, the HOD of Management PIMR, to present a memento to him. We are thankful to Mr. Siddharth Rajhans for his presence. I request Dr. Sukhjit Matharu to present a memento to Mr. Rajhans. Yeah. We are thankful to CA Arpit Jain for his presence here. I request Dr. Sunita Arya. All right, so he is left for the day. As we come close to our valedictory ceremony, I invite Dr. Ajit Upadhyay, Professor and Convener of the PIMR's 20th International Conference, to propose a vote of thanks. Oh, guest nahi hai, madam.
So now, the last word, as we say in our हिंदी के, अगर हम कृतज्ञ नहीं है तो हम कृतज्ञ कहलाएंगे। तो भारतीय संस्कृति में कहते हैं कि अपने तो अपने होते हैं, अपनों का भार नहीं होता, या तो साभार होता है या आभार होता है। मैं सर्वप्रथम डॉक्टर डेविस जैन सर, डॉक्टर डिपिन जैन सर, as well as all the management, we extend our heartfelt thanks and all out support for all activity, especially for the conference. Second one, we are thankful to our director who took pain equally for the last 3-4 months with us. That's a perfect example of human-machine synergy. Notices on WhatsApp and mail, and reprimand and praise in private. We are also thankful to our all directors, Dr. Anil Bajpai ji, Dr. Manoj Deshpande ji, Dr. R.K. Jain sir, and Dr. Patni ji from AIC for their support. We are also thankful to the Justin Paul sir, who was also here honored as a Management Excellence Awardee for their special inputs relating to the research, human automation, chat GPT, and especially how the new jobs can be offered relating to the comparison of the values. We are also thankful to him for a special session on research workshops relating to how to get your paper published in index journals and what are the different pinpoints which we have to take care. We are also helpful to the Sumit Narula sir, who talked about that how to be careful about the fraudulent journals. We are also thankful to the Suraj Singh sir for his special input, Brahman Gyan and Brahma Gyan, and then also receiving the Legal Luminary Award on behalf of PIMR. We are also thankful and abhari to Sahil Nair ji for a special influencer way by which he also asked to close the camera and then talking to the audience. We are also thankful to the Arpan Bharadwaj ji, who talked about the real issues, ground realities like hunger alleviation, indexing, and other applications to the traffic jam and medical sciences. We are also helpful to the, grateful to my team who just looks like works at Ganga Jagna Saraswati and Mahakumbh, Sarvashri, Dr. Prayatna Jain ji, Pratima Madam, Sukhjit Madam, and Santosh Valinkar sir. My role was just a yogi sitting on a river and trying that the stampede is not occurring. I am also thankful to our sponsors, PNB and Arihant Capital, for their generous supports, because dharm ke baad arth hi aata hai. Then again, in today's session, Gurnani ji, chief guest, and MD Tech Mahindra, also co-founder of alumnus, he talked about that data is also an opportunity and we have to safeguard the interest regarding the privacy. So each one has to be taken care. Siddharth Rajansdi, who infused the different type of the energy and then talked about the synergy of human and machine. We are also thankful to the Shiv Mohanji and Devish Mohanji. When Shivji and Mohanji's strength mix up, then you can see that the space scientist emerges. They talk about the remote sensing. And second one is the Devish Mohanji, who is also coming from the college of David Jensen, and the way he is serving and setting standards is also followable to all of us. At last, I also express not only the Shalabh Chaturvedi ji for accept the Young Leader Award, but my different team and functionaries and committees, HODs and all senior faculties, UG, PG, law departments, staff members, and those who are also forgotten here, and visibly they appeared on the occasion. I am also here thankful to the special mention of one of the students, Mr. Swarnim Tripathi, along with Deepthi Madam, for taking all pen for creating these AVs. And also thankful to the media world, different journals, newspapers, for their extending overwhelming supports to making this conference a grand success. Also thankful to all of you who are sitting with us directly, indirectly, willy-nilly supporting us. We are also extending our heartfelt thanks from the core of the heart. Thanks a lot to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving the thank you note. On this note, let's conclude a remarkable, memorable, and knowledgeable conference session. I shower my heartfelt gratitude to everyone from PIMR family for their wholehearted support rendered in the success of this valedictory session. Thank you, everyone. Can we now stand up for the national anthem?
मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंग विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंग तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful and fun-filled evening.